I do have a backup because this save had some setup to it. Okay, so today we're going to be doing a new run of Product Zomboid. Just to be clear, our other run is still alive. They have not died. So the 16 times pop run, still alive, still just fine. Everything's fine there. But I saw Milquetoast Claire was playing a wilderness run. I was like, oh yeah, I remember doing a wilderness run in Build 41. We had a little bit of fun with that for a while, you know, before ultimately we kind of got bored and we're like, all right, let's just do something else, which may happen with this one. But wanted to set that up, but there's one key difference. Sorry, two key differences. The two key differences between that run and this one is one, we're in Build 42 and the crafting's been overhauled. So that's one big difference. But the second one is with Build 42, you've got the map that's revealed when you start, like your city, your normal map, and then there's an outside area that's not shown. You can go out there and it goes on for like literally 4 or 5 times farther than the map's edge. There's just generated world out there. No houses, no businesses. It's just a mix of like lakes and forests and fields and all that kind of stuff. So kind of procedurally generated. Most of it counts as deep forest, but there's a little bit of variance there. To my understanding, I haven't done this before. So we're going to go in there. Now you're going to notice I'm not starting a new save. I'll show you what my settings were real quick before we go in there. And there's a reason why I'm doing this, by the way. So I made Wilderness 16 times pop only. All you need to know is we don't have zombie respawn. I have made it so that they're fast shufflers and that nonsense, but otherwise they do have the, where's the 16 times pop? We do have the 16 times pop here. Have you done a Last Man on Earth where there's no zombies? No, that would honestly probably get very boring for me. We turned off this doesn't matter, but we turned off, but you get the idea. Most of the stuff you have often helicopter. I did turn these up. I don't think these are even eligible to show, but if they end up being a whole thing, we'll start ignoring them. But there's a small, we probably won't worry about that. It's fine. But regardless, the reason I made the save before stream, and it's still 0 to hero, is because we want to be off the edge of the map. And if I spawn into a normal town and walk to the edge of the map, we'll actually start dehydrating before we get there. And that kind of makes it so I have to loot before we go out to the edge of the map. So I basically made a wilderness run. We're starting with literally nothing, no clothes, no anything, because clothes are a thing that you can craft, and that's just another pain point. No shoes even, by the way. As you can probably check from my objectives over there. And all that kind of stuff. So basically I created the save, and then I just teleported the person off the map. I mean, technically we're on the map or at the very edge. So if I pull up this, I basically teleported myself. You can actually see, like, wherever... I don't actually remember where we started. Oh, here we go. So yeah, so we spawned in there in Muldrow, and then I just immediately went, like, debug, and teleported myself to the very edge of the map. And so we're just going to walk off the map, and then we have to live outside the map. No access to a river. So it'll generate lakes and all that out here, is my understanding. Are you allowed to loot zombies? The only thing I'm allowed to loot zombies from at the beginning is I may take one digital watch, so that I can see what time of day it is and all that, because you can't craft it, and people are going to keep asking me how many days I've been alive, and I can't answer that without it. And then maybe later, if we do require the rip rags, we probably will have to require the rip rags. Yeah, we're going to have to do the rip rags. So I will be allowed to rip rags. I will not be able to wear the clothing, though. I have to make my own clothing. The only reason I'm saying the rip rags is I forgot, like, half the tools require rip rags to make, and you can't easily make those in the wilderness. Like, that's just not a thing. Let's see, CDDH, but instead of glass shard or on fire, we're putting faith in Randy Random. Not even a belt? Nope, not even a belt. Because you can craft a belt. Let's see, you heard in a Retinaro stream that if you walk through cornfields, trees, and bushes in combat stance, they won't slice open your neck. That's probably true. If Retinaro said it. Okay, so with that said, just get used to right here. We're going to have that bad boy up at almost all times. Did I immediately cut my foot? Excellent. We have stepped 3 times and I've cut my foot. Luckily, you can't die from a cut foot. That's a win. That, like, very legitimately... Oh, here. We don't need this garbage. We are shucking civilization. We no longer have an ID. We're not eating a mushroom. You use twine instead of rags for most things? Gotcha. Multiple helicopters? Yep. So first thing I want to do is I want to get out of the forest. Should I probably gone herbalist? I probably should have gotten the wilderness stuff. So I can make fishing poles and all that earlier. We can make fishing poles, but I think I have to hit the carving 4 is, I believe, the requirement to get the recipe without the magazine. You're doing this without Madman? That's, like, we can eat poisonous berry. The only thing that not having herbalist means I can't eat the mushrooms. That's all the herbalist takes away. The big thing we need to do first is we're not going to be fighting anything until we find water. Because until we find water, we're on a timer. Okay, that's our limit for carry weight. Oh, looks like it opens up to the right here. Because we are supposed to have... Okay, so you see that there's zombies out here. Yeah, so we're solidly outside the map. So we're not going to fight anything, and we're not going to worry about any of that stuff until we locate some water. I debug mode teleported. I made a backup of the save so that if we do die right away, I could just teleport again. Or that, like, I'm already teleported so that way I don't have to, like, go in and out of debug. Okay, yeah, that seems reasonable. So we're definitely gonna have zombies out here. But the big thing is we gotta find water. There's supposed to be randomly spawned lakes out here. And I did not look in advance to see where I could find one. You can see the zombie density here. Like, it's a decent amount. It's not as ridiculous as any given spot. Also see, are you a poison berry? I should not be eating this, because if it is a poison berry, we're going to get nauseous. And that's going to hurt my water. Alright. Pop settings are maxed. But yeah, so right now we just walk until we find water. Once we find water, I gotta ditch whatever zombies are on me, because we have... I mean, we'll be able to use Tree Branch as a weapon, but we are 0 to hero. So my ability to fight is negligible. And I have no idea what the frequency is of all this stuff. Yeah. We did not spawn with clothes. You don't need a mod or anything to take the clothing off. Alright, so it's looking like it's just gonna be more forest over this way. I'm really not excited about cutting through the forest. So we can just hide that for right now. And I'd love to be foraging, but we're at maximum panic, so that's not happening. It was our choice. Yeah. No, we deliberately started with nothing, no shoes or anything like that. You'll still get cut walking on the ground. That's where our cuts came from, is we're walking on the ground with no shoes. So it's not trees and all that stuff. And I would argue if Walk 2 prevents the foot injuries as well, then I'd argue that's a bug. So I won't abuse it. Because you're supposed to cut your feet walking around. The big thing is locating water. We might take a death. How do we bandage without looting? We don't. Who needs to bandage? We just let our cuts and all that take care of themselves. Realistically, we'll see if we can do a bandage. People mentioned that the twine and all that can be used for a lot of that. Bleedy feetsies? Yeah, no, we'll have to check about what the requirements are for crafting the tools. Because it might be a thing that I'm allowed to rip clothing for that. This is kind of experimenting and figuring out, so you might find some stuff that does and doesn't work. Do we get twine without looting? Yeah, you can get hemp, and you can turn hemp into twine by crafting. Well, that's an interesting, just weird stripe going across the ground here. There's no animals out here. At least as far as I'm aware, there's no animals out here. Yep, no, it's hemp. Hemp's the plant you find. Because foraging is allowed. Because without foraging, if you weren't allowed to loot or anything, we literally couldn't exist, because there'd be no way to get literally anything. So you just starve to death. Yeah, no, supposedly we're supposed to find lakes out here. That said, I don't know the frequency. If it does become a problem, what we'll do is we'll make a new character, we'll teleport them along the Ohio River, either on the far east or west. Yeah, step one is we're disregarding literally everything until we find water. There's no point in me fighting, there's no point in me doing anything else until we find water, because water is the thing that kills us the fastest. So anything that is not acquiring water is reducing our chances of survival. Okay. Sorry about that. They give you like 1 point of hydration, but you're not going to survive off that. Same with if we find like the onions and other stuff like that. That'll also give us the tiniest bit of hydration. Like I said, one point of hydration isn't enough to do anything. I think if you get like super lucky and you find a watermelon, it gives you a pretty decent amount, but like the odds of foraging that are pretty negligible. Yeah, but just give a lot of water. Yeah, either way, it's still one of those things of like, that's RNG while foraging, and I can't walk and forage with this many zombies. I don't think it's like foraging 10. I know I've gotten it lower than that. But yeah, it might be locked behind a level. I don't know, because it's not something I normally think about as like, what's the foraging requirement for a random fruit or veggie. Yeah, we got more forest up here. It'd be really dicey if we get, unless there's a path through the middle here, we're gonna get shoved into the forest. I don't see a reason to loop back and just look for another route. We'll just take our chances in the trees if it comes down to it. Which is a pretty easy way to die. Like I said, if we end up dehydrating here and not finding, like, a lake of any kind, then what I'm going to probably do is we'll probably just make a new character, kick it into debug mode real fast, teleport me off the map again, versus using the, I made a copy of this save where I had teleported them to the edge of the map already. You know, notice the cut feet, I'm not much faster than they are. Oh, hey. Alright, that's information. So I was under the impression that rabbits and all that couldn't spawn out here. That was a rabbit down there, so that means you can have wild animals down here. No, this is low density. Like, if we look at it, it's just 1-2 zombies scattered here and there. It's just, I'm walking through them slowly because we have injured feet. So the answer is, can we have wild animals out here? Because we are nowhere near close enough to the edge of the map that we got carryovers from the edge. Oh, I wouldn't use an existing save, but I would make a brand new save. And like I said, I could just teleport the character to one of the rivers. Just along, like, there's the Ohio River that goes along the north side of the map. I could just teleport myself all the way to one corner or the other. Why are you faster than me now? Is it because we're tense? Oh, it's because our foot's infected. That's fine. I kind of figured we'd be finding a lake by now, if I'm being honest. I did not get a chance to do some trial here. Now, one of the downsides with this is with how slowed we are. No. So, the infection we got in our foot, that's just regular bacterial infection. In real life, that's super scary and you should take it seriously. But in Product Zomboid, it's a big old nothing burger. This is actually the first time it's impacting me in a way that feels potentially meaningful, is because it's a foot infection, which I don't think I've ever had in Product Zomboid before. It is slowing my character down just enough that our injuries are slowing us down enough that the zombies can keep up. Yeah. That's definitely a thing. I still feel like if we find water... Yeah, so I can... Might be able to scrape them off on trees and all that. This will be super hard to get rid of at this stage. Pretty much what's going to happen is this is going to keep escalating like this until I reach a point that either this wave behind me gets so wide around that it overtakes me, or I run into a situation where I get groups of zombies like that and I'm not able to really maneuver around them because I can't run anymore. I got injured feet. Or we end up in the trees and, you know, I just get murdered because I'm cutting through trees with the same relative density of zombies. Yeah, so there's a very strong chance it's going to end up being a mulligan here. Now you'll notice we're not losing more life. It's kind of capped out on how much it's going to hurt me. And that's that. All right. But yeah, so this is very encouraging because there's another wild animal down there. So wild animals are a thing, so that's good news. That means I could potentially trap rabbits for long-term survival, even if we don't end up near water so far as long-term living. We definitely need water short-term just for hydration. Yeah, no, definitely this is, the higher pop adds a lot. Yeah, so we're even slower because both feet are now infected. Yep, I just got overtaken by... The moment our hydration hit the next tick down, it put like another 10% slower speed on me. And because that lower speed, you know, from the hydration just took that one extra step down, that was enough that they could just grab me from behind. Just got here tonight. Can you explain what no looting entails? I'm not allowed to loot. We're not going to any houses, so I can forage, and I might take one digital watch. So, what's going to happen here is I'm going to remake this, and we're going to change the way we're starting. It doesn't matter where we spawn. We will go ahead and do the wilderness start. We'll choose our 0 to hero. I need to take these two off. Slow metabolism back on, and then put those on. And just so it doesn't get weird, we're playing as a naked lady in the woods. I mean, not that a naked dude's much better. I'm also having them start bald in every way, and the only reason I'm doing that is just so, you know, when they get the big, ridiculous beard and all that, you can have that. So, yeah. Main issue with water, given not hitting the river, is getting rain barrels is likely impossible in 0 to hero before you die. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. But that's why we have to find water. That's the reason that doesn't say, like, you know, build rain barrel. It says find water. And like I said, it's under the impression that you can get randomly spawning lakes and all that outside the edge of the map. So what we're going to do here is before we do anything else, we don't loot anything. I'm going to have to close the game. And give it a second, go properties, because I'm going to have to go into debug mode. And the reason we're doing this as opposed to walking off the map is because unless I manage this, like even the towns that are closest to the edge of the map, I'm going to be about a quarter to halfway dehydrated before I reach the edge of the map, not counting evading zombies or anything else. I don't like debug mode. I almost never go into it. So this is very atypical for me. But yeah, so it is a thing. You can get amphora with clay and carved trowel that works towards range collector. Yeah, no, there's options. So now we're going to reopen that save. No, we can just go up to the actual river. There's an existing river, we can just go to that. I don't know if it, like, ends at the edge of the map or anything, or extends indefinitely. But even if it just goes a little bit into it, we can just say, like, that's, like, going up to that edge is the farthest in I'm allowed to, and then the intent would be to go out farther. Alright, so before anything else happens, oh, I have to literally pull up the map. And I know that's putting a bunch of garbage on the screen. That's just because that's debug mode. Because what we're going to do is, so we're going to go way over here. Let's go just a slight bit in from the edge. Alright. Cool. And we are good. So now we're going to quit the desktop again. So I can go ahead and get us out of debug mode. Alright. Because with that, we have the river right up there. And that at least solves that. Yeah, so I guess the first objective is just going to be taken off. Because the intent had been to walk out in the woods. But if it's one of those things that's going to be just spawn and then just keep doing it until we get lucky, that's not going to be very fun to watch. Because it's going to be, you know, whatever that took, like 20 minutes an attempt, just to not have even a chance. Because there's, like, the game should be coming up on the screen here in a minute. If it doesn't, I'll try switching scenes. Come on, OBS, you can do it. You're not missing anything, it's just on the load screen. Alright, well let's try one of these things where we switch to the other scene. Give it just a second. And switch back to this scene. Can we pause the game? Come on, OBS. There you go. I just had to almost give up. Okay. So, fresh start. So immediately going to start foraging. Now, it's a shame because that last run, we immediately found a piece of chipped flint, which is going to be one of the important early game finds. We do not want to use the flint as weapons. Not early on, at least. I'm going to need as much of that flint for tools as possible. Well, the problem is I can't get shoes at the beginning. Not unless we get ridiculously lucky foraging. Oh, also, I'm going to injure my feet kicking zombies. So like I said, I'm going to be allowed to take one digital watch. Just since you can't craft those. No, that's okay. In that case, don't forget to use... Well, I need a whole bunch of things. I'm not going to be using the focus. Yeah, so that belt can't take it. Here, you can have... We have shunned... We have shunned our constraints to civilization. We don't like it. It smells funny. It led to the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can use the focus. I wouldn't say that getting the flint is bigger than, like... The only time I'm going to focus if I'm looking for, like, literally one thing. Like, everything else is kind of not needed. Alright. Oh yeah, no. I do not need flint now. Flint is just very important. Yeah, no, it's not I'm literally like, I need flint this very second or anything like that. Flint is just a very important find as far as I'm going to need large amounts of flint. Wonder if they'll rally group or if they'll stay kind of as individuals. Because I know it's a thing that when you're in forest, they don't work a lot of the same way. I'm trying to stay on this side of the line, because this is on the map and this is off the map. Just till we get up to the edge. There we go. So we got our watch. That's the one and only thing we're allowed to loot the entire run. That's just so when people ask me how long we've lived, I can at least answer the question. Because you can't handcraft one. Alright, so resting for a minute. Now, we are starting 0 to hero as well, so we are going to have muscle strain a lot. That'll be a thing, especially while we wait on strength and combat skill. Wonder if survivor zombies can show up out here? I would assume so. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to show up out here. Oh, I can put stuff on the zombies, because that's not looting. But I can't take things off of zombies. But I can use zombies as a trash can. I see no reason to restrain that. Because it'll also be utterly obnoxious. Like, the whole point of this isn't to make it as tedious and obnoxious as humanly possible. It's we want to lean solidly on the wilderness survival side of things. And take this to, like, as far as we can. Kind of the first thing here is just getting my way to the river, securing the river. And then doing our best to, like, clear the zombies around us. And get food in that. I don't know what the rules are. It wouldn't matter if a survivor zombie spawns here. Because I wouldn't be allowed to use them. Are there any metal forestry drops? So, I want to say with foraging, I believe you can find almost anything in almost any of the different biome types. It's just the odds are very weighted one way or the other. I could be wrong, that could be out of date information on the whole thing. As far as the blacksmithy goes, I mean, if I can't blacksmithy, that's fine. Yeah, and I was going to say, almost every item is almost everything in the foraging table historically. Like I said, it could have changed over the years. But, that's generally the way it's been. Really good that we haven't cut our feet quite yet. That's going to happen. It's unavoidable. But the longer we go without cutting our feet, better. I don't know why I'm checking. Old habits. If you're not out in the forest, you're less likely to find something. Yeah. No, it's definitely one of those things that, like, if you're on a road, you have much higher chances of this and that. If you're in the forest, you have much higher chances. So, like, I can find a generator magazine. We could just literally pull up, like, a wilderness magazine, a generator magazine. We could just find it here. Like, that's a thing that could happen. The odds of it are pretty freaking low. Especially since I'm kind of being stuck fighting right now. Because I'm not trying to avoid going back inbounds. Mostly theory crafting. In practice, there's no way to do smithing with practical run, at least not until very late game. Yeah, no, getting metal would be very hard. Like, of any amount. Yeah, no, it's Like, if I accidentally loot something, it wouldn't be the end of the world, as long as it's like, oh wait, I'm not allowed to have that, and get rid of it, and not use it. Like, if I start looting stuff like backpacks or stuff like that, then obviously that would be faux pas the moment I use it. Like, I would say it might be okay if, you know, like, I loot friendship bracelets and I just heap them up just to do it. Again, as long as I don't actually put them to use. Not granted, friendship bracelets don't have that. Alright. Okay, so right now we're considered an acidic forest. Interesting. Acidic forest. Huh. Yeah, no, it says acidic forest. I've not noticed that either. Oh no, they're not in specific order. Because they're not going to happen in a specific order. There's going to be some that'll happen in order because of necessity. But whatever order they happen, they happen. Because it's also possible I just straight up find a shirt on the ground, at which point that would be potentially okay. We can leave that up to chat. If I find a forge a shirt or a pair of pants, if that's allowed. If you forge it, it's fair game, right? Well, that's what I would assume. Because the odds we find it are pretty low. You know what? I actually probably do want the twigs. We're gonna need to come up with a way of identifying a spot as like, this is home. Yeah, no, if I forge a shotgun, because it's gonna be if I could forge shells as well, which the odds are pretty grim that we get, you know, a shotgun and shells. Do you make a campfire? Yeah, no, once I get 3 stones, I can make a campfire. Alright. Which I can find the stones pretty easy on the ground, just looking around. I saw that there's some tree branches down that way. We are still 0 to hero, so I have very little carry weight. Yeah, no, water will be fine. Like, because, like I said, earlier I wanted to make it so I had to go look for it, but it was the fact that, like, they didn't spawn enough. I just got worried that maybe water's very rare off the side of the map, because I have not done testing on this. Can you do map markings out here? A way to craft something? So I would need to forage a pen, or a pencil, or whatever. You might be able to, you know what? You might be able to make a charcoal pen, if I remember correctly. Just like a piece of charcoal you can write with. Alright. The real sad thing is I don't think you can craft a bowl. So many stale violets. Yes, it's all marking down here as acidic forest. Yes, they are breaking off a little bit into rally groups. Oh, and we're gonna be super depressed most of the time. Well, we're doing really good on random stale crap. Minimap is very informative. You know, that's honestly true. I should probably just close the minimap. It's not going to serve any purpose the entire run until, like, we can mark stuff on here. And then I could potentially draw map. Oh, is that hemp? Alright, that's the beginnings of something useful. And I'm just eating all the stale stuff now. And there is a lot of stuff with forging that is effectively locked by your forging level, that you simply cannot find it until you hit high enough level. Alright. Somewhere around here is where I toss the twigs. So drop the dogbane hemp there. You got a question? You naked? Where are you storing that food? It's in my hands. Where else do you think of storing it? It's a couple of berries, some flower petals, you know, some thistle. I'd be holding that in my hands pretty easy. How are you bored right now? Product Zomboid things. If you're actually asking the genuine question, the reason our character is bored is we're eating a bunch of stale food. And just keep wandering around and foraging. One big bummer is I'm not even seeing much in the way of sticks and logs in the ground over here. So I'm a little worried. We have to go in the trees farther. I know I saw those back where over there. Alright. So I got a log. We're going to bring that back here. Alright. So we go over here. We can drop the clay. We can drop the log. We can equip that back into our primary. And we can sit for a minute. Alright. So one of the things we're going to want to make is... Oh, what's it under? Oh, it's this one. So log bench. So that's going to require me to have an axe as a possibility. We can also make twine as an option. So that's going to be a whole thing. But that'll allow us to make a bench, because that's going to be one of our first things we're going to need to do, is to make a place where we can actually sleep. Surprising we still have not cut our feet. I've been waiting for that. So we can go down there. We're going to grab more stones, logs, whatever we can find on the ground. Tree branches, twigs, that kind of thing. You thought there's a cheaper one than that? There could be. I don't know it off the top of my head. Yeah, it's glasses. That's fine. That'll be the other bug. The big flat rock. Take this log. All right. So the first night's sleep is going to be dreadful. How did you get to watch without looting? With the rules, the watch is the one and only exception we made, just because people would keep asking me how long you've been alive, and it's literally the only way to be able to answer that question is to have a digital watch. Or for someone to keep track. But that was the one and only exception we made, was I was allowed to take one watch. Cut over this way. I didn't really get to forge over here because we were busy fighting. Honestly, making pretty solid progress with, like, all the various thistle and all that kind of stuff we're finding. Looks like there might be stone over there closer to the map's edge. There you are, sir. There's some over here, because that's the map's edge right there. You can tell because it's like solid green line that becomes the perfect field. There's a big stone there. The big stone's not worth anything to us yet. There's a little stone. Nah, that's bad. Because keep in mind, I'm using sticks And I have no stats at all. No strength, no fitness, no nothing. Oh, you just became a crawler. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. You suck. Okay. I still don't know why I'm instinctively checking every body. So we're gonna go ahead and walk back up to our pile of stash. We'll sit down there for a minute, and we will take a look at what we can do there. But yeah, so we want to keep killing all the zombies in the area. Sure, they're... You suck, zombies. Yeah, sure they're not going to be able to be looted or anything like that. But yeah. Return to the comforts of the pile. Yeah, unfortunately we did have 2 zombies just chilling up there. The real big problem on top of this is unless I manage to get the materials to be able to make a place to sleep, then there won't be any sleeping. We'll have to sleep on the ground kind of thing, which doesn't work very well. You can do it in a pinch. It's just not very effective. Eating our violet petals. Because we hit hungry, which means we had at least 10 hunger. Alright. Let's deal with you two. Okay, there you go. Have my broken stick. Let's get back over to our pile. Okay, but crafting right now, we literally don't have anything we can craft yet. Yeah, so people mentioned, so... We got the log bench, we got a pottery bench. Got a wooden chair. A log seat. Log, 3 train. Nah, it's the same problem of I will, I'll need a saw or an axe. So either way, I need a saw or an axe. And some other stuff there. That's gonna be, like I said, that's gonna be finding a piece of flint as, like, one of the main things. So that way we can make the axe. I'll also need a little extra, so we'll need to find more dog bane so we can make some twine. We got a little bit. Oh, wood splinters. Oh, I'm gonna want to pick up those wood splinters. Tuck those in the body, or we're gonna see those again and again forever. Okay. Pick up this tree branch. Pick up that tree branch. Pick up this stone. Start walking that back home. Just trying to take slightly different angles to try and have as much of this area we cover by just walking back and forth while foraging. Someday, fish. Someday you'll be eaten. Twig in the ground, stick in the ground. Oh, I'm realizing, you know what? I should be bringing those close to a suitable crafting rock. It's fine. You don't see any nearby at all. Let's go in just a little ways. So until we manage to get more stuff sorted, there's no reason for me to not just stay up all night and keep going. Because we cannot sleep well. Well, there you go. Just give me a cabbage and some seeds. What I don't know is what plants are what time of year. Okay. I mean, I'm still happy about getting them as food. Oh, the cabbage is already stale, so we're just going to eat it now. That's fine. We're going to replace our stale cabbage with a cabbage. It is also stale. All right, let's start heading back. And now the rest of this is stale. Real-time span crop growth is certainly a choice. Yeah, no, I've been pretty vocal that I definitely feel with the crop stuff, the devs leaned too hard on realism without any real... I shouldn't say without any real consideration, but it's just... They leaned on the realism side of things without, you know, really taking into consideration that it basically makes it a dead mechanic. Because even for the people who have, like, the longest... Oh, Flint! For even people who tend to live the longest in this game, you're just never going to do it. Okay. We're making good progress now. We got our flint. I'm just going to drop these on the ground for right now. I can eat that because it's going stale. Now, the one mistake I made is I'm setting up here, and there's not a crafting surface. So we're going to definitely need to make a crafting surface over here. So we got the flint. And all this. We can drop those in the ground. Right now I'm going to drop the berries in the ground. Actually, let's not drop those in the ground. We'll drop them on a corpse. Because I've got all these other things we can eat. We don't need to be juggling dodgy berries. Let's have some dodgy berries. Thank you. Alright. So, The question is that enough? So we could start carving stuff. We don't want to do that yet. To craft twine, I require a surface. And that's what I was afraid of. So let's grab all that. Take one of these sticks and drop it here. Got some zombies that moved in over there. I'll pick up the log and I'll chuck it back in the ground. All right. So the catch is, there are large rocks you can craft on. We need to find one of those. Because we find one of those, then I can start doing a bunch of other stuff. Dropping those for later. We can carve that into planks potentially later, among other things. Okay, so we need to turn that off because I can't see what I'm doing. Some more loose stones down there. Alright, so we're going to keep on wandering, trying to look for a crafting stone. Chance we're going to aggro a decent number of zombies here if we just walk up on a group. There's like 3 or 4 zombies over there. There's a couple down here. No sign of a usable stone over there. Well, this is an interesting problem. Okay, it's starting to get too dark for me to really see, but I do need to keep dealing with this. Which isn't my favorite. We also got some zombies over there. Alright. So let's work our way back up here. Because I can't see crap to fight through the night. There's a zombie over there. So we're hoping to find is there'll be a real big rock that we can craft on. Wonder if erosion works differently out there? Probably not. It probably treats it like any other forest tile. Means it might become utterly obnoxious over time. Alright. Get my next weapon ready as best I can. Just waiting on the muscle strain. Then we're going to start looking more. Alright. Now, part of the issue is I can't really make out the zombies right now. So since we're not seeing any stones on this side of the trees and all that, I might try and get close to the tree line and see if we can't peek in there. Find like little gaps in the trees. Oh, there's a group of zombies over there I might have just aggroed. Like maybe 5 of them. Six of them. Alright. This ground's a little brighter than the other ground. Okay. And pretty soon we'll likely get sleepy. And the unfortunate reality is until we get ridiculously tired, I can't sleep unless we get a bench or something made. So we will end up just sleeping on the ground. We could also potentially get a cold because we are wearing no clothes. Out in the wilderness, and as you get tireder and tireder, your resistance to the cold will get worse and worse. And if we catch like an actual cold where we start sneezing and coughing, that'll get pretty awful. Because that'll be real hard to sort out. Okay, that was... Come on. Alright. Come on. Get back away from the corpses so we don't build up corpse sickness. Alright. They're doing the best we can. It is unfortunate that they're just... Till we can manage to make a bench or something happen, there's no sleep. No proper sleep, at least. Luckily we haven't gotten tired yet, which is some good news. Alright, we're starting to get cold. Partly because I'm having to rest, and partly because we're wearing nothing, and partly because we're getting tired. All of these are kind of compounding. Get ourselves another sip of water since we're thirsty. Meanwhile, grab me a spare tree branch, because we broke our last one. We're also getting hungry. Oh, we should drop off the twigs while we're here. Okay. So somewhere was down here was the last one of that group. There's a zombie down here. Sadly, that pencil's off limits. Can't use it. Against the rules. As I mentioned, what I'm looking for is a rock that we can craft on. And that's the map edge. That's out of play. Oh, is that a rock right here? Or is that just trees doing nonsense? It's trees doing nonsense. Okay, so my choices are we either keep cutting to the east following the river, hoping to find a rock, or we cut through the woods. I'm going to go with the east route, because the woods seem like a very easy way to die. But unfortunately, that's kind of where we're at with that now. Now, there's nothing I've piled up here that's particularly noteworthy. I've got the piece of flint and I've got the hemp on me. Otherwise, it's some twigs, it's a couple of logs, and then I don't think there's anything else worthwhile to mention there. So I think we just go that we've killed a bunch of zombies in the air and we just keep moving. I'm honestly surprised we're not sleepy yet. I would have expected that by now. I guess I'm used to being on a tile where we're fighting constantly and struggling every inch of it. They're spending the whole time overburned. Alright, I see a couple of zombies heading my way. Alright, there's Drowsy. We can't sleep on the ground until it gets much farther along. So I'm going to try to do is bring the zombies a bit farther back than I have been. And as long as I aggro just one, we're going to focus on just stomping. Because they're doing less damage, so I do not want to waste a little weapons I've got. What's the best way to deal with helicopters you play on sprinters? Hiding or driving away in a car. Should you go into the woods far away from points of interest? With sprinters, I would actually hide. Oh, that I saw both those pop and I got startled thinking we were getting pestered. With sprinters, I would hide. Second floor of a building, I would hide. You could drive in the middle of nowhere. That's not a terrible strategy. You just have to be way more careful that you don't get near anything else. Because very genuinely, you know, with the sprinters, you can have a bunch of sprinters be brought in from a random point of interest a little ways away, that you may not realize, and then suddenly you got 20, 30 sprinters running after you, and that's all she wrote. Your car gets bogged down, and it's over. So with sprinters, I'd potentially get away from any major population center and just hide for the helicopter. It's one of the other reasons I probably wouldn't be that interested in doing any meaningful sprinter stuff with that kind of thing. Is, again, that's just the way the whole game goes, is, you know, sprinters are always that same issue. If you get more than, like, 2 on you and you're not Vincent window cheesing, it's just over. I'm glad they exist as an option to do something else. But it would be kind of nice if they didn't exist, because then people try and ask strategy around that. And then we end up having the whole conversation about sprinters and how, like, in a lot of ways they just don't work great. There's a reason they'll never be on by default, is the way I'll phrase it. Okay, so it's starting to get to daytime, but we are getting drowsier. When we hit ridiculously tired, I'll be able to back off and lay down on the ground and go to sleep. You get crappy sleep out of it, but there's no sleep versus crappy sleep. Your other option with sprinters with the helicopters, like, literally just go off to, like, as far away from anything so far as zombie population. Like, even the farmhouses and all that can be rough. Yeah, no, I like the 16 times pop. I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh, it's such a slog. I'm like, right, but for a lot of people that slog is fun. Like, you know, it really changes the dynamic of the game, where instead of, like, being able to go, oh, it's time to go get guns, let me just go over there and get guns, and you just get your guns. Like, everything, it's like, no, I want to go after my books. And that has to be a strategic decision that you're going to be putting time into. You try not fight too much. Kind of just want to keep working my way up this shore. We're just looking for a big stone. Alright, well, we finally got a scratch on our foot. That's our life now. So it's going to undermine a lot of things for us, unfortunately. Have a little drink. Give ourselves a little rinse real quick. It won't make any kind of difference. Alright, so we're at tired now. which is still not enough for us to sleep. There's no broken windows around. Yeah, so no deep cuts, lacerations with a piece of glass embedded in or anything like that. Alright, and we are in pain again. Let's back away from the corpses before they start stinking. Alright. I see you. Zombie right there. You be chill and let me just walk away for a minute? Oh good, we scratched our other foot. Let's grab you. Come on. All right. Try and get a little ways away from them. Yep, so needless to say, our feetsies are getting all cut up. We're getting pretty tired. All right. Get another minute. And back up. Couple zombies down there. Got a couple over here. There's zero chance I'm seeing in that forest in that fog. Just gonna keep working at all this. Because pretty much all we do is just gonna keep walking along this. We just gotta find a rock I can craft on. Once I get one of those, I'll be able to start making stuff. Okay, let's back off a little more. Because those will probably start stinking. And pretty soon we'll probably go ridiculously tired or very tired. I think it's very tired is next. It's somewhere around very and ridiculously tired. I know ridiculously tired you can sleep. Alright, still can't sleep. We're at very tired. See, one zombie moving west. The good news is where the river's positioned, zombies moving west should basically be my best case scenario. Alright. So pretty soon I should stop taking damage. From the scratches, I mean. Don't make them go north or east. Very tired is so terrible. I'm just hearing screams and gunshots, and there's like 3 meta events like back to back. None of them seem to be drawing the zombies anywhere into my direction as far as I can tell. But still. Alright. I wonder if I'm going to have problem sleeping because of the infected scratches on my feet. That even with the ridiculously tired, that maybe we'll be in too much pain. That would suck. Because that'd be basically playing kind of permanently with that, that penalty. Now, very tired, so our endurance is recovering way, way slower, so we need to sit a little bit longer than we normally would. Alright. Come on, I see you. This might be the last one we end up fighting before we pretty much have to go lay down and pass out. Is 0 to hero and 16 times pop with this challenge? Yes. But because we're out in the boonies, while we are at 16 times pop, the zombie saturation won't be super high. Why are you oh, you're probably panicking just because of all the injuries and all that. What's it taking to stomp them? We are hurt. Both of our feet are hurt. We are very tired, so that's like an 80-something% damage penalty. We got to the point of exerted now. Why do you keep getting tense? Because unless they changed, you can't get in zombie infected from stomping things. This infected does not mean anything. This infected not here is not zombie infected. That's regular old infection, it's not a big deal. Alright, ridiculously tired. Let's eat some more violets. All these infected here do is they just slow down the rate that you heal, and they cause more pain. Alright, sleep on the ground. May we wake up in the morning. Okay, and now our life's gonna start going back down again. Because with those scratches, we should sit about 2/3 health. We did recover health while we were asleep, but it should go away on its own. That's not been a thing in the game. It would be an interesting change if they did add that. But we're not getting the nausea and anything, so I don't think that's the case. I'm actually really curious what's causing our panic, because we don't have any traits that cause panic. Not bandage wounds give you stress? Gotcha. It's not a thing I've ever had to run into before, because I usually don't take injuries at all in my runs, because injury is very avoidable. But yeah, so with this challenge, we can't really bandage ourselves much. It might be a thing that I might have to accept, that we can use, like, the cloth for bandaging and all that. And the only reason I'm saying that is there isn't really a normal source for bandages and all that. That you can do, like, environmentally, I mean. And we are going to have the occasional, like, cut and laceration from trees that just RNG happens to us. And it would be a thing that if we touch a tree and we get, like, a neck laceration, we just fall over dead, would not be a fun way to conclude things. But if we get lucky, we snag a bandage or something foraging, that would be a way around that. Okay, no sign of a crafting stone so far. Would you aggro? I'm like right on top of you, man. There you go. Trying to watch in here, because we're just looking for a stone I can craft on. I've got the stuff to start making things. Some hemp and whatnot. This is a run where we're not looting anything. So, the zombie clothes are off limits. That's the reason I'm running around naked. Is I'm not allowed to take the clothes and put them on, so when we're getting cold, we're just living with it. Yeah, I mean, I could do that, but there's too many zombies nearby who would hear me. I mean, I can interact with the zombies and hit them with weapons. I can't loot them. Yeah, so we're just going to be in minor pain because of both the infections. All right. Also doesn't help that we're spending all this time at, like, maximum panic, so my foraging is penalized. Alright. Yeah, so I don't want to go... Yeah, it looks like a dense forest over there. So probably want to cut through the trees down here. Come on. Keep hoping to just spot a rock in there. Even though inside the tree rock would be real scary, at least it would mean a path to progress. Okay, so we're no longer taking injury from all that. Alright. And more than likely, these aren't going to recover in any kind of timely manner. Just because of the fact that we're going to keep re-injuring our feet. And unfortunately, our shoes are locked behind tailoring 1. No shoes until tailoring 1. And tailoring at all is locked behind me making an owl, which is going to require me to get some carving. But the first step is probably going to be making something that I can actually lay on. So we can actually sleep without having to wait for ridiculously tired and all that kind of stuff. Alright. Can you find magazines in the wood? Yeah, so almost everything in the game is on the foraging loot table. Some of it's been adjusted, I haven't quite kept up with all that. But like you could like literally pull up generators and everything foraging. The odds are like ridiculously low. But you can get like generator magazines and all that kind of stuff is absolutely on the foraging loot table. The odds of getting it are pretty slim to none. But they're not zero. Why are we naked? We're not allowed to take loot from anything. We have to make all our clothes. It is a full wilderness run. Does foraging loot reappear? Yes, you will have foraging loot will change over time. So that's the reason why both of my feet are cut up and infected, is I'm not allowed to just take the shoes. So, you know, we're slowly just getting our feet all chopped up and all that, and since I'm not allowed to loot, I can't bandage them up. It's going to be a while that we're just going to have hurt feet. Right now we're trying to find a stone I can use as a crafting surface. The glass-making magazine you can't forge? Interesting. Let's see, if you make clothes from hemp, you can rip them into bandages. You can, actually. I believe you can. Worst case, we can just keep forging until I eventually find a bandage. Of some capacity, whether it's a ripped piece of cloth, or like an actual band-aid, or whatever. Oh, mushrooms I can't risk eating, that's fine. Food's not been that big of a problem. The problem's in finding a place I'm able to craft. Alright. Yeah, it's getting to the hour I can't do that. Finding a dirty bandage in the woods is a good day. In this run, weirdly, yes. Should have backed up more in case any of the other zombies hear me. That's probably better than over there. That's gonna start giving me corpse sickness soon. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm gonna do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. Can you go to Civilization? No. Civilization is off limit. I have to stay outside the map. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Alright. So we sit down. Alright, so there's the tired again. Okay, we're getting extra limping going on now. There's zombie over there and over there. Still don't see any stones I can craft on. And the worst thing is I'm not getting any combat skill by stomping on them like that. I am getting strength and fitness. Did we start naked too? Yes. We started with literally nothing. The only item I was permitted to loot was just the digital watch. That way when people ask me how long we survived, I can answer the question. Because without it, I can't. Alright. Let's take a minute to wash ourselves. I don't think they'll make any kind of difference for the foot infections. But, I mean, I'm sitting here. Trying to give myself a couple more seconds to, recoup. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Where are we at? We are outside of the map. For those who don't know, there is more map beyond the edge of the map that's shown. It is kind of just like I don't believe it's procedurally generated in the sense that when you start over, like it's totally different every time. But it's procedurally generated in the sense that they didn't handcraft it, they just kind of did like a noise filter or whatever to make a bunch of stuff. So it's randomized effectively. So we're out in that area. It's all wilderness out here. There's no buildings. And we're going to be surviving pretty much exclusively on stuff we can find out in the wilderness. No zombie loot, nothing like that. It's dangerous because as we get more tired and it's darker, my cone of vision is going to get smaller and smaller. It's going to become harder and harder to see. Eat some more of these. And right now what we're looking for is we are trying to find a crafting surface. You can find really big stones. And if I can find one of those big stones, I can use it for crafting. The problem is, being that we're constantly going between... How'd your feet get infected? They're injured. We are running around with no shoes or anything. So I will just randomly get cut from walking on the ground. And because I'm not bandaging or treating them or anything, they will get infected. But it's regular old infection. It is not zombie infection. So our life's not in any kind of danger. And I didn't realize it, but apparently your character stresses out when they have, you know, wounds that aren't bandaged. Which is news to me because I never get injured in this game normally. But yeah, as far as where we actually are, if you look at the map, you go to Louisville and you go east, I'm outside the map to the east. Like, there's just... I had the mini-map up, and I didn't think about it. but I have a mini-map that's effectively showing nothing. How are we doing? So I got beat a short blunt skill. We're about to get our first point in strength relatively soon. Forging's coming along, that's all fine. We've already killed 55 zombies. But yeah, no, if I bring up my the mini-map again, there you go. This is the answer to everyone's questions on where I am. It's very clear, right? But yeah, now if I zoom way out, you'll see that's the edge of Louisville right there. But this whole area of the map out here, you can go here. And that's the same with anything. We'll eventually use that, because if I can get myself a pen or anything like that, we'll start marking the map to, be like, here's where my stuff is. Oh, there's a lake over there. You know, crafting rock here. Oh, we spotted some flint nodes over there that I couldn't take advantage of at the time. Stuff like that. I can't do any of that, though. Until I find our thing. So, prom here. Kind of too dark for me to really see. So I'm kind of playing by sound. Just moving slowly and waiting till I hear a zombie. And drawing them back. They do group up. The largest group we've seen out here isn't too bad. It's been like 8 zombies. Because it is outside the map, it is fairly low zombie density for now. We do have meta events and helicopters and all that cranked way up. That is what's going to cause this to escalate, is eventually I'll probably get set up somewhere. It's like, here's my crafting rock, here's all this stuff. Once I'm starting to stay in any area for like any length of time, we'll start having problems. It's bad when you're trying to use lemongrass as food. All right. They're getting cold. Because you can find new items in the foraging if you're staying in the same area in general. Yes, you can endlessly forage the same area. There is a thing where you won't find stuff as frequently in that area for a little while. Because I've kind of already seen the loot tables, or not loot table, you've already seen kind of what's there randomly. So until like the stuff despawns and you get the new respawn stuff, you won't see more. But, you know, it is just a thing that it will continuously get more and more stuff. Alright, so soon we'll hit ridiculously tired. And then we're going to have to find a place away from the bodies enough that we can sleep. Because if I sleep right here, when these bodies start to go, we'll start building up corpse sickness extremely fast if we just sleep on them. Okay, they're starting to stink, so we gotta move away. And I can see nothing over here. All right. Yeah, so it looks like I got a little spot here in the middle that's between the corpse piles. I'm far enough away. We won't start taking the penalty. And as you can see, our movement speed is starting to get slowed down more and more. Because we got a bunch of injuries and all that going on. That's very tired. We get another movement penalty going on. Weirdly not seeing any zombies all of a sudden. There were zombies over here we saw earlier. Man, just no luck on this rock. So now we're in deep forest. Earlier we were on what is calling acidic forest, which was not a biome I was aware of before. I'm happy for at least having a little bit of a respite from the zombies. Okay, we've scratched our foot again. It is now bleeding. What's your deal? What do you know that I don't know? Are you just getting nervous because you're bleeding now? All right. Okay, there's a zombie down there. We're getting extra cold. It's probably fine. If it ends up being a thing that, like, this is just something we have to run into, I might have to, like, back off the allow myself to tear stuff just to cover wounds. Might have to be something we have to allow. Because we're getting cut from just walking. This isn't a preventable injury in the short term. It's one we just have to endure. And with that, I can no longer sleep because we're hitting full terrified. Can't risk ducking through trees. Well, the shoes I want to force myself to have to craft. But being able to toss a bandage on the foot to at least give me time between these. I don't think we'll die from the light bleed on the foot. But the fact that we're terrified and I can't sleep anymore it is going to cause the screen to just stay dark, which is no good. We'll see when I get ridiculously tired if it'll let me sleep anyways. I don't think it will because I want to say that panic is just way too high. And also we're stuck at like this level of darkness. I won't be able to forage either because it'll penalize all that. I probably can't even forage at all right now. Or I'm wrong. There's no way I'll be able to survive walking around where I can only see, like, just around me immediately. I'm trying to go till we get to ridiculously tired and lay down and see how it turns out. If you can't loot, isn't it impossible to craft bandages? I actually have never checked. I mean, the worst case, we can make clothes and rip them. But, like I said, it could be one of those things. We are experimenting and trying this out. We might find stuff where I have to back off certain rules and all that kind of stuff. This is an experiment. Yeah, sleep on the ground. You are too panicked to sleep. Oh, no, you're all good. There's no need to apologize. Now, if I could find a stone I could craft on, would be able to do a lot of stuff. But yeah, so I do think it's going to be one of those things I'm going to have to allow myself to, I'm going to have to allow myself just to rip cloths for the express purpose of bandaging. Because otherwise, like you see, once we take an injury from walking, we'll literally not be able to sleep anymore. Hey, Warren, how's it going? Everything probably looks bad. We're doing an experiment. So we're running into limitations of our experiment. For those who don't know, Warren, an absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of Rual, been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. So if you like those games, you can find that over there with Warren. In the meantime, I am Rual Storge. I do play variety games here on Twitch, and I'm most known for my exploits in this game, where we are experimenting with a wilderness challenge where I'm not allowed to loot anything. And we are running into our first kind of big snag in it, in that because we can't loot anything, my character eventually gets their feet cut from walking around. And because I'm not allowed to loot anything, I can't get bandages. And the injuries are fine. They're not really escalating our health problems. But unfortunately, because I have an open bleeding wound, our character is terrified, making it so I can't sleep anymore. So it is a reality. I'm going to have to back off and allow myself to steal clothes for the express and only purpose of bandaging. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because otherwise what's going to happen is I just won't be able to sleep, and it'll be it won't be impossible to survive, but this is what it's going to look like the whole time. And we're going to listen to the heartbeat the whole time. Okay, that was a poisonous berry, so that was not the move. Like I said, I'm only going to allow myself the cloth for the express and only purpose of bandaging wounds. I may not use it for crafting. There's a deer skull. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What we're going to do now is we're going to work our way up here. I want to get away from the bodies because our panic is coming down and we need to pass the F out on the ground. But yeah, so he's told a world record in Project Zomboid, but we're experimenting with the idea that we are outside the normal map, as it were. And And our goal is to survive without without any loot being allowed to be taken. So I can forage, but I can't loot stuff. All right, so we're gonna sleep on the ground. We woke up almost immediately. Because we are freezing. And we have, again, cut open our foot. All right. Was that 10 minutes? Yeah, we woke up instantly, unfortunately. It's fine. She'll die eventually. And we get to rebandage our foot again. It's a shame you can't get tailoring from ripping clothes anymore. Alright. So rebandage that foot so we're not bleeding. It'll be nice. Oh, let's drop off the poison berries before I accidentally kill myself. Well, I've seen more moodlets than this before. Not often. Alright. So let the pain start backing off. Oh, good. What? Why are we panicked again? So we now have a nasty cold. Oh, this is great. Yeah, I mean, we were already maximum cold. I'm not super worried about it. And are still ridiculously tired. Realistically, we're probably dead. Because having the nasty cold means I'm effectively going to be perpetually announcing where I am. Please die. I hear more zombies coming. Please die. Oh, you weren't dead. Well, rip me. Yeah, there's zero chance we get away with this. Having that cold, I'll just be announcing my presence the whole time. And being ridiculously tired, we're hitting for like less than 10% of our normal damage. There's no way we survive this. Oh, that's not min-maxing. No, because if I hit him with literally any weapon... Oh, do you mean just where I'm hitting them lots? So I'm getting lots and lots of individual hits, thus slowly, building up our combat skills. Basically, this goes until we hit the really high exertion and I just get overrun and killed. But because I'm doing like 5% damage, if that, right now, it'll take me literally like 30 plus hits per zombie to kill him. My weapons won't last that long. I also can't realistically break away from them with the cough going. And especially without having any buildings nearby to like cheese doors or windows or something like that to slam a door and then try and cut around the corner or whatever. It's a done deal. Gonna turn down the zombie population. It wasn't even the zombie population that's really the problem here. The thing that actually kind of really got us in trouble here is just not finding anything to craft. If I would have been able to get a stone for crafting on, I would have been able to turn that hemp into twine and make myself the bench and all that potentially. And that's kind of where we got stuck, is just wasn't able to get the crafting of thing. Is this the no maximum zombie population, multiple helicopters, all that kind of thing. Just open for RNG. It's just we had to find the stone. I didn't think about how much of the stone was a priority, because I can run up here to this to get water, but I need a crafting surface. And I'm just kind of backing and holding because at this point the zombie's gonna be like the same speed I am. Well, I'm probably doing less than 1% of the damage. Yeah, so here's where they just overtake me. Yep. Because we hit high exertion and that was it. Alright. So this challenge has a whole big setup, so it's gonna take me a minute to set the whole thing up, because I do have to debug mode it, unfortunately. Because the whole point is we're starting and we're doing the entire run in the wilderness, so I can't spawn in normally and then walk out with my no loot rule, because if I do that, I'll be dehydrated by the time I reach the edge of the map. So we have to just pop into debug real fast. But yeah, this is on maximum thing. Could use the spawn anywhere mod? Probably, but I don't have that mod. Oh, I actually didn't mean to get rid of conspicuous. I have to get slow metabolism. There we go. Unfit puny, because we start with no stats. We take off all of our clothes. Alright. Okay. And thank you, Commodore, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Start north of the Ohio River, so maybe it's, well, I mean, both our last spawns were in different places. I can also spawn on the far west side as well. I'm honestly curious if we go and spawn to the east side, like, if we're the individual rocks in that, or if it'll, like, literally be the exact same. I think it will literally be the exact same, at least then I have the knowledge to not stick around, because we burnt a lot of time just chilling right there and all that stuff. So what we're going to do is we're not going to let anything happen. We're going to immediately stop. We're going to quit the desktop. And the reason we're doing this is I have to teleport the character. I don't normally do stuff in debug. This is more like, honestly, in the last like 3 years of playing the game, the 2 times I've used debug here is the most I've used debug so far, as like in any real time. Yep. The rocks are randomized from the seed. Yeah, so that's all we need to do is this time, instead of spending the time trying to clear the area around and that stuff early on, let's just beeline and look for the rock. And then we can try and ditch the zombies and figure out what we're doing and all that kind of stuff. Because worst case, I could potentially Pied Piper the zombies away and then ditch them. Alright, so now we load up the game that we just created. I can Burning Sun, but like, if we weren't finding the rock and all that, that's the thing, because that's what I did with the first one, is I teleported my character down, I made it back for the save. I still have to like copy the save back into the directory and all that kind of stuff. So I actually don't feel like it saves that much time. So now what we do here is I pull up the map, I hit F2 and everything goes wonky because this is debug mode. We go way up here. So the curiosity is we did like this. You know what? I am going to spawn us like right there. Well, crap. 1 second. We'll get the desktop because I need to take it back out of debug mode, so you don't get all the cheats and all that. We're gonna start off aggroed, which is fine. Yeah, because it could always be we get a spawn that just the nature of it is there's like nothing nearby so far as a crafting surface, and if I keep opening that same save, I could keep running the same problem. Looks like Age of Empires from it. So just waiting for the game to show up on the screen on Twitch before we load in, since we're gonna be loading into combat. There we go. Like I said, we're not going to fight immediately. We're just going to start walking out into the woods until we find a crafting spot. And then once we get there, we're going to figure out, like, finding a place to defend ourselves. I will have the foraging thing up for a little bit before we start getting the pain train behind us. We should just expect to cut our feet pretty early on. Okay, so we got a colder day today. This time we're starting off cold. So this is off limits part of the map to me. This is part of the real map. This is the randomly generated. There is a crafting rock down there. Unfortunately, I got like 5 zombies on me. And I'm not going to be able to fight those zombies without a weapon. Okay, so the trees generate differently. That we can confirm. Because we didn't have a dense forest right there the last time. This is the regular game. This is what happens when you go outside the actual map. So again, if we pull up the minimap, we zoom all the way out. You can see that's Louisville right there. So we're just outside the edge of the map here. Like, I'm right at the edge of the map, but that's the edge of the map there. Once you get outside, it's all, like, kind of randomly generated. You can get lakes and all sorts of stuff out here, from my understanding. I haven't seen a lake out here, but I've seen the rest of it. But obviously the map does not populate. So the idea is I couldn't realistically fight the zombies with no weapons and all that. Right what we had there, because I already had like 5 aggroed. So what we're going to try to do here is going to be pretty dangerous because we're cutting through trees where we know there's going to be zombies. And there's the crafting rock I mentioned. There's actually a couple over here. So this time, as far as being able to make weapons and all that, we got a much better seed. Because that crafting rock is out in the open, so this is much more doable. So we can have that be, like, home. I'm really hoping we can drop it down to, like, 2 who still keep aggro on me. Or that I could find, like, a tree branch or something real fast. Or a mushroom that's almost certainly poison. Okay. There we go. And the one and only thing I'm allowed to loot is I'm allowed to loot one digital watch because you can't craft them. And people are going to keep asking me, like, how many days are you alive, how many days are you alive, how many days are you alive, and that kind of stuff. And until I have a digital watch, I can't answer that question. Where do we sleep? On the ground. And eventually we will make a bench, and then it'll be on the bench. But that's why I need the crafting table down there. And we have kind of learned from the last time that I will be allowed to bandage our feet. Because otherwise, eventually we just start panicking, and that'll be a thing. And that the only thing that's going in with the being allowed to is that does mean I have to steal clothes. So it'll probably do to facilitate that is I'll leave some clothes somewhere other than where we craft. So I'll just rip this real fast, and I'll just ditch the cloth up here. And if I get injured, I go up here and I patch it up. That's our medical center. All right. Oh, and we have the meta events and helicopters cranked to their max. Got some lemongrass. We'll drop the seeds on a body. Okay, is this berry poison? Yes. Drop the seeds there. Go ahead and do that. And I'll eat the lemongrass. And we are instantly sad. There should be an always option. Only reason I wouldn't want this, I'd get tired of the sound more than anything. Like, forget the actual danger it presents. Just listening to the helicopter circling around me at all times. I played on a multiplayer server once that the days were like 4 or 5 hours long or something like that. And one of the things a lot of people don't realize in Project Zomboid is when you make the days longer, literally everything related to time, is lengthened proportionally. The helicopter included. So if, say, it's normal for the helicopter to hang around for, like, 20 minutes in real life on your regular, like, 1 hour days or whatever. What that means is when you are playing on, like, 4 hour days, the helicopter could stick around for a good, like, hour and 20 minutes. And so when you play on a server that's got, like, 6 hour days or longer, the helicopter shows up and you deal with over an hour of just constant helicopter. Which, needless to say, is pretty rough. I was really hoping to find a stick, but I want to get those zombies I dumped in the trees and start working on them. Because they're just going to fan out and cause me grief later. Log off for an hour? Oh yeah, I mean, that's just it. Well, and that's the thing, if it's a 20... Oh, come on. And that's the thing, like, if you have, like, a 24-hour server, the helicopter can realistically be there for 4 real-life hours. So it's always those things that people are like, oh yeah, I want to make a 24-hour server. It's like, no, you don't. You might think you do, but you really, really don't. Like, you don't understand the implications of what you're proposing. Okay. And eating more lemongrass does not reduce that more than the 1. It's just a matter of the fact that I don't have other food. So we were just slamming it down to get like a little bit of hunger while we're stuck sitting here for the muscle strain anyways. Alright. There's a skull we don't care about. But if you stay in this area long enough, would it be even feasible to build a shelter? Yeah, no, you could build like a full-on base here. It wouldn't even be that ridiculously hard either. Once you start getting some of your early materials, you'd have the occasional material that's a little bit of a pain to deal with. But you could absolutely get stuff done. Get the R1 primed, so we now at least have something that we can bonk zombies with. So right now, our goal is mostly forage and start carving out a little area. What's the challenge about? Basically, we cannot loot anything. Not off of zombie bodies, with the only exception of 1 digital watch, just so we can tell how long we've been alive. But we cannot loot anything whatsoever at all. We are on like 16 times population, helicopter set to often, med event set to often, yada yada. It's supposed to be a full-on wilderness survival. Okay, there's the 1 digital watch I get to grab. Like I said, that's only because... And I won't be allowed to use the alarm or anything, I don't think. I think they'll make that off the rules. And that's just because otherwise this doesn't populate. And when people ask me, like, how long have you been alive, I won't be able to answer. So that's the only reason we're allowing that. Honestly, the fact that it shows the time will technically helps a little bit. It's, considering everything else we're doing, knowing what time of day it is not that big a deal. I can use the strategy of look outside. I got a pretty good guess based on how bright the light is. Oh, right, yes, and we did also give ourselves the allotment that I am allowed to tear clothes for the express purpose of bandaging, because we will cut up our feet from walking, and we have found over time that'll cause your character to panic, and then you can't sleep. And there's no counter other than bandaging. But I may not use the cloth for a thing, so we set the cloth kind of off on its own. That way I'll only go to the cloth for the purposes of bandaging, so I don't have to worry about, like, accidentally using it for crafting. And it can be one of those things, if it gets to be just way too utterly obnoxious, we can back off some of the rules. I haven't gotten to do a lot of playtesting of this challenge. I literally got the idea for this a couple of hours ago. I was watching Milquetoast Claire was kind of experimenting with it. I'm like, that's an interesting idea. So it's kind of one of those things that I got the idea from her. So, like, just, you know, full disclosure. She came up with the idea. I'm like, that sounds really good. You know, it's like, I'm going to try that myself kind of thing. Because I've done a wilderness survival, but it's been a long time. It was Build 41 is the last time I did one. Which the rules I had were mostly the same. I didn't start naked at the time, because back in Build 41 you couldn't really make clothes from scratch the same way. So it really limited that. Yeah, no, we started with no skills and everything as well. We're starting with pretty much literally nothing. Okay, so the lemongrass wore off, so that's the reason why we got a little bit nauseous again. That's okay. Plans to multiplayer? That makes sense. I think it'd be an interesting one to see. You're definitely going to have like 8 or 9 people just running around foraging endlessly I mean, honestly, you're going to have people foraging endlessly for pretty much the whole time. And there's our crafting rock. Head on. That's just a full-on rally group is what that is. I don't think that's the zombies we pulled, because we pulled the zombies into the trees, and then we kind of went around this way. I don't think that's that. Welcome wagon inbound. Yeah, so it's just something we're gonna have to pick at. We don't have like any stats yet, so all these fights are gonna be pretty rough. We're just gonna keep chipping away at them. Because even though we are on max zombie pops, we are out in the wilderness. So you can see there's not no zombies, and especially once we start getting a helicopter in here, it's gonna... Like, we could potentially get bullied away from where we're at. Have to circle back and figure things out. Hey, get that branch to stay on your back? That's a secret. We're just clenching them cheeks. Back away from the bodies a bit farther. No need to get his character sick for no reason. Yeah, so we're definitely going to need to do a mix of stopping to forage, a mix of fighting, and a mix of like actually doing the crafting part. That is going to be a big thing. Now, you'll notice we have the big list of stuff on the left side of the screen. Those are all things I need to accomplish for some of the more basic survival. The shoes being a big one. The big problem with the shoes is I need tailoring 1 to make shoes at all. I think it was like 4 twine or something like that. And then tailoring 1 to make the shoes. And that's going to be kind of a monumentous part of the run, that once we get our own shoes. Yes, we got another group of zombies packed up here. That'll be that first, like, 10 or so, 10, 12 zombies or whatever that we chased into the woods. Let's see, how do you level with tailoring without looting materials? Foraging. It's just, everything boils down to foraging. There is tailoring stuff you can make that are not shoes, that if I find a trash bag and duct tape, I can make clothes out of trash bag and duct tape. It's a lot of stuff like that. We are going to be foraging for almost everything we use. It's going to be real rough for a while. Here you are, you get my my broken stick. Let's back off over here again. Rest for a minute for the muscle strain. Yeah, no, if anything I find foraging, if I straight up find a generator foraging, I'm allowed to use it. But I do have to find it foraging, and the RNG would not be particularly cooperative. Granted, I did push live on OBS, so that does mean I definitely get better loot. That's certainly how it works. Yeah, now this isn't some like formal challenge rules or whatever. Like I said, I saw Milquetoast kind of experimenting with it. I was like, that sounds interesting. That same skull I keep seeing again and again. I know you couldn't build 41. I don't know if that's still a thing. But build 41, you actually could find a generator. I have not done it myself, but I am aware of people who have. Like, it was like one of those weird things that you'd say, like, grab the generator and instantly you go overburdened, and it could get a little wonky. But I know they did some adjustments to it in build 42, and I do not know. Would you fall over or die so I can kill the crawler? Fall over or die. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. So I'm going to take a moment to refill my drink while we're resting anyways. Remember always wanting to be able to survive out in the wilderness without actually looting? Finally, they added the early crafting recipes for it. Yeah, they still got gaps in it. Because like I said, for trapping, for example, if you don't take one of the skill things that give you trapping to start with, as far as I'm aware, there is no way to get the trap recipes without already having trapping or finding the magazine. There's not really a path to figure it out otherwise. Whereas, for example, fishing, there is. When you hit, I think it's something like the 4 or 5 carving, you learn how to make a fishing pole that you can literally just carve stuff to get there. You don't need fishing skill to get there. But there are a couple of those, like trapping, that outside of just RNG of getting the magazine or whatever, there's not really a path. Waiting on that muscle strain to go away, because that's a big damage penalty. But at least this gives us a path where we can continue to fight around this area, keep foraging. One big thing missing right now is not being able to craft candles for things like pottery to make your own magic happiness bowl. Oh, that early game muscle strain. It'll get you. Yeah, no, definitely the glass working and the clay is another place that the crafting doesn't feel like fully fleshed out. There's just lots of stuff missing. Kill the zombie. Take a breather. Kill the zombie. Take a breather. And this is because we have 0 strength, 0 fitness, and we're using a stick. Alright. We'll try foraging some more. That's the big group still. Got another group over here. That's actually a decent sized group there as well. And what are you? You're the mushrooms we saw earlier. Got some parsley. Living the good life, snacking on our parsley. And you just thought it was a relish. An accoutrement. Decoration to be put on your plate. That's dinner. It's got a couple of logs down there. Alright, friend, follow me. Gonna go ahead and put you in my primary hand. Got a large animal bone. We'll do some crafting with that later. Alright, just trying to peek around, see if we see zombies in between the trees a little bit, and looking for branches just laying on the ground. Hey, friend. There you go. Now again, because I can't loot, this person does have a backpack, and that'd be cool and all, because that'd make my life easier. I may not have it. Eventually, there's actually a couple different backpacks you can make out of stuff like tarps and duct tape and garbage bags, and we can actually potentially find a sheet, or we could just straight up get lucky and forage up a backpack. That said, if I do run into a situation where we find like a military backpack, whatever, I won't use it, but I'll take it and just sit along. Well, nah, I'll leave it. I'll leave it, because otherwise, like, the temptation's gonna be too real. What can't be made out of duct tape and shoestring in this game? Survival. You're gonna die. It's just the way the game works. The game's heavily against you? Nah, I'm just joking about, like, the setup of the game where it's like, you know, this is the end of days, there's no hope of survival, this is how you died. Which has the implication that at the time you're playing this character, this guy right here, this guy, already dead. It's gonna be the same stupid skull. Give me the skull, I'm gonna put in this corpse so I stop seeing it. There. Problem solved. Yeah, so this character, they're already dead. They died a while ago. We don't know how yet. We're spectating that. We're going to see how they died. But that's just the implication with the product Zomboid lore, is you're talking about your character in the past tense at the time you start them. That's a roach. We won't worry about that yet. Because, yeah, we can eat the bugs, but they're only like one hunger each. So a lot of times they're just not even worth picking up. It used to be worth doing just because you wouldn't get the full count of your foraging unless you picked up or discarded stuff. But that's not true anymore. You get the full credit just by seeing it. I don't really want to tango that group, but we don't have to yet. We're gonna take out some of these other groups around here. Try and give myself more room to forage. Okay, get away from the bodies. And we're going to need more sticks soon. There's 3 more down there. You can probably take care of them relatively easy. Let's go try and not aggro them all, but it's what it is. I was really hoping that would last. long enough to, I'm trying to stomp the one on the ground. Come on. That's some BS. I hate the targeting with things on the ground. Can you swing the animal bone? I can. Yeah, so what happened is the target priority switched to the zombie that was standing up, not the zombie that was in the middle of the attack animation to bite me in the ankle. Luckily, we didn't actually take an injury, surprisingly. We got staggered. So that was real lucky outcome on that. I, to this day, hate the targeting priority on the ground because it is utter rubbish. Because I stand by, the crawler is infinitely a higher threat than the zombie in the middle of standing up. The zombie standing up is an imminent threat. The zombie that is actively coming after your ankles on the ground is the already currently in the middle of taking your ankles off threat. All right. There you go. So that's going to sit in the ground forever, so let's chuck down the body. There you go. I actually don't know. That might actually be in the remove item pool. I never bothered looking. Can you show me where you're at? Yeah, no, we're probably close enough for the helicopter to hit Louisville. We're basically literally on the off the edge of the map on the right, just barely. It's kind of one of the concerns if I think it went way, way, way off the edge on the right. We could potentially run into problems where there's like the river might end or whatever. I've never looked too far into what's off the sides of the map. So we got large stone, we got small stone over here, right? Oh, weirdly that stone's non-play. Okay, sure. We got large stone there, we got that. We got that stone down there I can use for crafting. What I'm looking for here is tree branches and similar. It's got a crafting rock there. There's a tree branch. There's a stone. There's a problem. Was that the group from down there? No, it's a different group. So my hope is by cutting around those, I'll be able to separate myself out enough that we'll ditch some of them. Do you drink? Alright. I don't see us killing these 6. Considering I have muscle strain almost immediately. Okay, so we got a pretty bad damage penalty going on. Trying to loop back to, Oh, it does give me maintenance XP? I didn't expect it to. Alright. Yeah, realistically, we're just going to be entirely spent before we kill these. Alright. I was kinda hoping we'd have 1 or 2 of them dead by now. Alright. Okay, well that one's basically out of the fight for right now. Get that out of my way, it's not doing any good, I can't see at all. That was a bold hit. Alright. Okay, well at least one died finally. So we got 4 on their feet, 1 crawler. I really need this stone to last a couple more hits. Well, crap. It did not. Alright, so I've got 4 up and 1 crawler. We're in the dark. We are hungry. And we are completely out of things I can hit zombies with. I also can't see crap. Okay, so you four group up. Let's drag you off to yourselves and get rid of the crawler, because we can do that relatively easily. I'm also looking to see if I can't find another rock or something on the ground, but I can't see. It's too dark. Get that out of the way for now. You're not doing anything. I don't do burns. We're gonna get more. Now, most likely, I'm just going to pick up more zombies and get myself killed doing this. I can't really make out at all what is happening. Okay. So at least 2 zombies up here. Just the 2? It might just be the 2. Two is at least doable without a weapon. Alright, do a reset on him. Glitching out its targeting really badly. Okay. We got it sorted. Would you die already? I know we're at full exertion, but like... Still. Alright. So we can go way up here. Come on. Alright, so we're gonna get ridiculously tired here because we're at full-on exhausted and already sleepy. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna do burns. Normally people would be also like, you can use your cars, and it's like, nope, no cars here. It's fine. Okay. So we're in lots of pain from stomping on that zombie endlessly. We're at lots and lots of exertion. Yeah, we'll probably go full ridiculously tired before we recover our exertion. We'll also probably have to wait for that pain before we can sleep. We might also get sick here. Like, not zombie sick or not corpse sickness, but like straight up snotty, sneezy sick. That's because we get more and more vulnerable to cold as we get tired. And on top of that, when we started the day, it was our character complaining about the cold, so it's just kind of a cooler day. Alright, move down to just pain. And ridiculously tired, so let's stand up. Sleep on the ground, let's do this. Alright, so we need to jog a little bit to try and deal with that freezing. Body response, nothing. Alright, so we're just going to be freezing cold. Okay, well we now have a nasty cold. Here's the zombie. I'm trying to get a heckin' bonker before this kicks off. That's how he died last time. Well, it wasn't the cold specifically that got me killed. It was like everything else kind of cascading as well. Like we were already struggling at that point. So we're no longer cold. So we should actually get over our cold relatively soon. So drop the sticks, get a sip of water. All right. Because actually mostly maintaining our temperature now. Like, we're dipping a little bit into cold from time to time, but not much. So we should potentially get over the cold relatively quick. It's okay, we're having a nice day. Alright, we're back to it. I do not have the herbalist trait, no. Got a couple zombies up here. All right. Would you die already? I didn't want to inch forward or anything just in case it considered standing up off the other one. I guess let's back off before we aggro more. Because that's what's going to probably get us killed is when I do a fight like that where we get real tired. Okay. Strength and maxing. Well, we'll get our strength points on there. Almost past the muscle strain. And we're getting drowsy again. Alright, and now we'll start getting the buff for finding food. Because you do get a buff finding food when your hunger gets high enough. If I can get the materials, yeah, I can start a fire. We have not found the materials yet. Okay, get some of the ones we ditched yesterday. All right. That was actually pretty quick for the muscle strain. Gonna run back and forth over here. Because I gotta find food. And unfortunately, we're tired, and we're hungry, and we're sick. Oh, can't test chance with the mushrooms. We're not herbalists, so we don't know if those are any good or not. They're definitely not to the point of taking our chances with that. Nope, worms want hunger. We want to stay hungry. Stay hungry until we get something that's like proper food. So those that don't know, while you're very hungry, you get a bonus that you're far more likely to find food while foraging. And plus, like I said, those bugs, you get 1 hunger for them. You have to do a lot of digging for bugs to try and get any amount of hunger. Like, the time it takes you to pick it up and eat it, you might as well just kept moving. Like, if someone's already got a stack of bugs, you know, sure, why not? More bugs. And this is more of the acidic forest. Hey, nettles. Let's wait to eat those for a minute. Let's find a little bit more food. All right. Yep, nettles are edible. They're pretty okay, too. Like, if you look at that one's 4 hunger. They'll be, like, between 1 and, I think, 6 hunger per nettle. So definitely enough to help you out a little bit. Oh, I don't think we need to worry about double and triple weight gain, not unless I manage to, like, straight up find a fishing pole. Okay. Got some rosemary. I'm basically doing this until we either start starving, or it's time to sleep. Or something like that. Just putting this field to use. And I really don't like the large branch. It's a very dangerous weapon to use because its attack speed is ridiculous and it eats all of your stamina and muscle strain. But it's what I got. And if we do find a fishing pole, then things get interesting. We'd have to wait till we get a fire made, but then we'd be able to take a fire and start fishing for survival. And that'd be basically our food and water on lock. And then it'd be just a matter of continuing to fight the zombies and carve out an area, get ourselves some flint for knives, eventually get that quick large grind out carving tent. Well, if we don't find like just a straight up fishing pole or a fishing magazine, I'll need carving at a minimum for the fishing pole before our weight starts to drop. Because there's no easy path to trapping. You just have to find the magazine and get lucky. And thank you, Joe Deere, for the 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for the support. And I really do appreciate all the gifties. So all those people who just got themselves some nice advertising-free viewing. I hope you you enjoy the advertising-free viewing. Alright, so let's take the spare large branch. We're just going to huck that on the ground for now. Because we can come out here and grab it when this one breaks. And we're still just drowsy. Hey, chipped flint. That gives us the equivalent of a knife. If we can get a stick, enough hemp for making the twine, we can use that to make a bench to sleep on. And then with that, I won't have to like wait to be ridiculously tired. We can just wait, and the moment we start getting drowsy, we can stop, go to sleep. I'm gonna leave those twigs in the ground right there. We can go to sleep and, you know, just take care of that. Alright. Probably won't be too much longer till we see that flip over to starving. Thought I saw one of these switch and I didn't see which one. Now, downside is once we start getting to properly sleep, we'll probably get cold again. The good news is the cold can't kill you. We'll want that clay later. What was the bad news? No one said there's bad news. You can have good news without requiring bad news. I know, it's weird. It's weird to just get good news and no other, you know, shoot a drop or whatever. And thank you, Infinity Simplex, for the tier 1 sub. That's 19 months. You've been subbed to the channel. I do really appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Apparently you're already dead. This is just watching how it happens. You're not wrong. Well, it'd be nice if you gave me, like, some berries or anything. Like, we got those nettles, and they're okay. A fistful of acorns would be lovely. Yeah, it's this whole acidic forest. I've not seen that before. Like, it's probably something I have been through and just didn't notice, because it looks just like some of the other ones. Lavender. Can I even eat lavender? What's the deal here? Yes. Alright. So I think we're going to need to eat this. I've been putting it off, but now we can't carry anything. We can keep moving. I was debating waiting to pick up the stick. It's a broken stick. I'm starting with the little stuff and working my way up. Throw as much inventory space as possible. Because these herbs are just worth 1 each. Got more lavender. Okay, move from very hungry to just hungry. They found, like, no the dogweed or anything like that. Is it possible to craft the bowl for salads? No. So, last I checked, bowls were not a thing you could make. I could be wrong about that. I haven't looked. We would need to forge one. But there's other options. Like, we're probably just going to be sad for a while. But there's always the possibility of being able to forge a bunch of different things. Alright, wait for you to finish eating that. Hey, Milktoast Claire, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had a good rest of your stream with the whole wilderness thing you got going on. We're giving ourselves an attempt at the same thing. Very, very similar. The only difference I know of is I didn't allow myself to take anything off zombies. Like, cloth or whatever. Oh, thank goodness. Dogbane. But check out, Milktoast Claire, absolutely fantastic content creator. This is where I got the idea for this run. She was kind of doing the wilderness thing right beforehand. And, you know, basically similar idea. Only differences are I started 0 to hero because I always do that. She started lumberjack with a couple of things. I think she was on the far west side of the map along the river. I started at the bottom, but I couldn't find any of the random spawning lakes and rivers, so we just went to the right side. But mostly the same settings. Multiple helicopters, all that kind of garbage. But definitely check out Milktoast. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of product Zomboid. Really, really solid one. Like, really solid player and everything. Is, you know, very, very experienced and all that good stuff. But yeah, got the idea for this. Because we do have like a 16 times pop run that's alive right now, just doing normal 16 times pop run stuff. But then I saw Milktoast doing this, is like, okay, all right, I'm intrigued, because I did a wilderness survival run back in Build 41, and I'll show you where that was. Actually, I wonder if that spot on the map has changed, so it's not even the same anymore. I think it has changed. All right, let's check. So if we go down here, yeah, so the map used to have, yeah, this road here didn't used to exist. This would just go around like that. And like this road to the south, I don't think existed. And I remember I did a run where I went down to this little gap here and I built a base right there because I was trying to show people it's like, you don't need a lake, you don't need city loot, like eventually I went up here and like robbed the diner and everything so I can make it look nice and everything. But I've done like a wilderness run back then because that's how you used to do it, is you'd just find some like really out there. I can't remember if you could take that apart with electronics. We'll find out later. But that's how you used to do your wilderness runs, is you just choose some random forest part of the map and you do it. But with the idea of like the generation being different on the outskirts of the map, that really did make it interesting. Now the other thing is I'm doing is I'm not allowing myself to even take the weapons off the zombies. Look at this, there's no grass trees. What's this? I'm slightly in from the edge. Like I was out at the edge here, Ramon. I'm just slightly inbounds at the moment. Because I'm dealing with stuff. Trying to wait for this tired to go away. And desperately trying to forge. Yeah, mistrust all the old tech. Yeah. And sadly, we caught a nasty cold, which has not been convenient for anything. But I was letting myself loot nothing off the bodies, except I was going to only let myself take one digital watch, just so when people ask me how long we've been alive, I could answer the question. We did relent those rules a little bit when I realized just walking around, like, just the scratches are fine. But when I got a scratch that started bleeding, my character started to panic, and even though we weren't in any real danger, I physically couldn't sleep anymore because the panic would never go away. So I did have to relent and be like, okay, we're allowed to take the bandage, you know, the close-off zombies just for purposes of bandages. Like, I can't use them for crafting or anything. I might have to relent on some of the rules. I'm just, experimenting with, like, how rough I can make it and it still be reasonably plausible. But yeah, so we're starting to get corpse sickness problems over here. Getting too many zombies. Yeah, those are the mushrooms. Yeah, so this is my first aid station for when my feet inevitably get cut up. I just chucked a couple of rags on the ground over here. So for right now, we'll drop the stone, the dogbane, the clay, this on the ground. Still got a little bit of while before we'll be tired enough to actually sleep. But yeah, so one other problem I'm going to have is I'm nearby Louisville. I'm probably plenty close enough to Louisville for the helicopter to cause me grief. Alright, there's another branch. That'll be good when we have carving and stuff later. I can make those into planks and junk. Alright. So it's trying to continue to forage until we get to a point that we can go to sleep. They can't risk the mushrooms, we don't have herbalist. So even the tiny nibble could be death. Learned that lesson enough times. They're not to the point of eating bugs. Now we did find, so this is our second attempt. Well, I guess technically the third. The first attempt, I went and I tried to spawn down here. And we just basically wandered until we got to the point that dehydration and injured feet slowed us down that we just died. Are poison mushrooms guaranteed death? There's been different points in time where you could eat them perfectly safe, and other times they would kill you no matter how little hunger. Like, even a single point in hunger was guaranteed death. They are intended that eating a poisonous mushroom of any capacity should kill you. The times that it was quote-unquote safe, I would just assume was a bug. I am coughing. Just notice me. But yeah, do not take your chances with mushrooms. Even if your character's actively starving, you're better off just ignoring the mushroom and letting the health keep ticking down and wait to your next option. Because you're probably going to have a better chance of getting another possibility of food than, like, if you guess wrong with the mushroom, it's just over. Really? So the big branch basically has a... Oh, that's us. I'm not gonna wait out the... I'm not gonna wait, I'm gonna let us die. Being in the first day and getting a zombie scratch? Nah. Just get it done with. just how long it takes to be able to go to sleep without something to sleep on. Yeah, no, that was I got unfortunately unlucky where we started hitting the zombie on the ground when I wanted to hit the other one. That was twice I kind of got screwed by targeting. I had one where I had a crawler and I went to hit another zombie. Like, the crawler got highlighted and the other zombie laying down next to it started to get up and it switched target as the one get up. And we got staggered, fortunately, on that one. But yeah, and that's characters, like, only been alive for a little bit. Alright, so we're gonna have to go through the whole debug hassle here again. But yeah, so looking at that, you've got the 16 times pop is going on down here and all that stuff. No respawns, all that. I don't have, like, the pinpoint and everything turned on. Pinpoint and slow upset me greatly. We have the often. This doesn't matter because we're not going in town. It's pretty close to the same thing going on there. I'm doing 0 to hero, which means I gotta take off these two and put slow metabolism on and then put them back because there's a bug where if you don't put slow metabolism on first, it doesn't work. And we take off all of the clothing. And I've been making them bald and not having anything so we can watch them as they, like, the beard and all that grows on and gets out of hand. So this is the one, like I said, to set this up, I do kind of have to, like, jump in, jump out of the game, go to debug, teleport the character, jump out, jump back into the game, and whole thing. Spawn anywhere mod? I don't want to install any mods, especially not in build 42. You're gonna find I will heavily fight to not run mods beyond, like, some very basic quality of life stuff. I understand spawn anywhere might not be a big deal, but even with mods that were just like UI quality of life, running only like 3 of them when build 42 came out, even that completely, like, bricked a run where it just crashed immediately. So I'm very much in the just not running any mods. And that was including only mods that had said they were updated for build 42 multiplayer. Don't you need to toggle on stubble? If you do, I'm unaware of it. If it doesn't grow, that's fine too. I thought the stubble was just, yeah, stack there. I think it's one of those things. What about one you wrote yourself? A mod you wrote yourself? I mean, that's fine. You can do, like, you can literally choose to do whatever you want individually with your own modding situation. Like, don't let me yuck your yum. For me personally, I like to run as mod light as possible. It's just my preference. I would, like, usually if I get down to the point I need to mod, I play a different game. It's as simple as that. It's being weird that's not letting you see what's... There we go. So ignore all that, because like I said, we've gone to debug mode just long enough to teleport. I wish I knew how much farther up this way it is before you're out of bounds. Like, what's the upper limit of the map? Because that's something I don't know. Because I know on this side of the Ohio, there wasn't a lot. Let's try teleporting up here this time. Give me 1 second. I just want to get a little distance away from them. And then we'll switch back over to that. There's an asset library up there. Hopefully not too far. I mean, hopefully far enough that we don't randomly go into it. Okay, that should be far enough. That is... Okay. We'll do that instead. Alright, that should be far enough that I can get out of debug mode real fast. And we can manage it. And then honestly, if this time, like, we get caught out with it, then I might just jump into our 16 times pop save versus the... I forgot to switch out debug. I don't normally debug almost ever. So it's just one of those things that beyond, like, right-click teleport, I just don't know my way around it. But in that case, I accidentally just hit play again. Come on. So close that again. Yep. And now I need to go properties, take off debug here. Okay. And while that boots up, bear with me. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. And I'll be right back. Okay, so let's get the game up on the screen real fast, and then we'll load in. There we go, that was good. And like I said, we'll probably make this last attempt here, and then if this dies again, I'll probably just jump into my 16 times pop. And the reason I'll probably do that is we'll be getting later on the stream, and I don't want to sit there and be like, alright, we're going to jump in, do half hour, whatever. We got several hours left to stream, but you get the idea. I want to make sure we have enough time to put into a run to make it feel worthwhile. We're going to aggro immediately on loading in. Okay. Right now, to get all this stuff out, we'll actually put you down there. Grab you. So what I want to do is we're unfortunately wandering away from the river. We learned last time that finding a crafting surface is kind of paramount for us, because that was the way the first run we actually got off the ground went, is I was getting a lot of good materials. So there's a crafting rock up here. They've got a crafting surface. It's not super close to the water, which is a little bit of a bummer, but that's at least something to work with. We have scratched our foot already. Cool. Like 10 seconds in, we've already scratched our foot. I'm suddenly realizing what I probably want to do is go this way instead of that way, because that's going in bounds, if that makes sense. I'd rather go out of bounds. Granted, this up here looks kind of the same as down here. I'm also wondering if I make sure to go to the east as opposed to straight up. Burning Sun's warned me that there's an asset library hit up here, and I don't wanna run into it. It's fine if I do. We just pretend it's not there and go someplace else. I'd like to get down back towards the water. And we'll just kind of move out and we'll try and find ourselves the thing here. The other thing I was thinking is I have the noise, whatever it is, the population kind of random stuff. It's fenced with the opening next to the river near deals, so it should be okay. Okay, cool. Like, even if I had wandered into it, it'd be like, okay, well, we're just going a different direction now. So I have the, like, noise, whatever it is, turned on. With the population distribution stuff, where it kind of fudges it a bit with, like, a noise filter. It may be one of those things that I probably should just turn that off. but we can figure it out when we get there. It's also those things I'm not as... I understand the broad idea of what it's doing again, where it's kind of randomizing using a noise filter on the population distribution. But as far as like, okay, for running around in the woods, what does that mean? And this time it's also looking better because we're seeing deep forest. The last time when we were running around, all I was seeing was nothing but acidic forest, which I don't really know much about. Because I haven't particularly noticed it. Ooh. Oh, that's right, because we're unemployed, we get a boost to most of our foraging. Yeah, so we don't have any weapons or anything. So realistically, I'm gonna have to Pied Piper the zombies away. But right now, we're just kind of going for a stroll. So what I'll probably do is, if we die here, I'll do one more attempt where we turn off the noise zombie distribution nonsense. And this is meaningless, so I'll get that. There's another crafting rock. That one's in the middle of the woods, so that's a bad time. Alright, so it's going to be really dangerous cutting through the woods, especially with injured feet slowing us down a bit. But I'm kind of wanting to hang near the river. Plus, on the bright side, we might ditch a bunch of zombies here. Because once these feet injuries get infected, we'll get slowed down a lot. There is a crafting rock directly on the water, which is kind of cool. The problem is, with no weapon and injured feet, I'm probably going to need to have be just one or two zombies, or get really lucky with the staggers on like 3 of them. I also kind of don't want to be in the middle of the trees themselves. Okay. Weirdly, like, almost like a little road here. Alright, is it just you? If I see a tree branch on the ground, I can. I've seen the couple logs and all that, but I haven't seen a tree branch in a good position where I can snag it easily. I'm gonna try and get away. There's 2 zombies aggroed on me. I'm gonna try and get away with shoving them over. Please tell me it's not a 3rd one I hear. It is a 3rd one I hear. Yeah, I have to see a branch in the ground. It's possible I've probably run past several of them, but I need enough of a lead to be able to grab it, equip it. See, like, here's one there, but the zombie's too close on my heels to make the grab. Kind of loop around. Because pretty soon the feet injuries will probably get infected. Got it. Alright, let's get back towards the shore. Because unfortunately I'm getting to the point where I'm not much faster than they are. Now it's a combination of the fact that we're injured on both our feet, and panic and a bunch of other stuff going on. Okay. So, we have got that taken care of. And as I said, I'm not going to be allowed to use these cloth for materials, but I can use them for bandaging. So I am going to go ahead and get a couple pieces of cloth. And let's figure out where that crafting rock was. And I'm going to put them not right next to the crafting rock, because I don't want to accidentally use them as crafting materials unintentionally. But I want them close enough that's like, you know, they're vaguely in my home base or whatever you want to go with. Alright, so we'll start by using the dirty rags on our feet. Actually, I'll use the clean rag. Why not? Normally, I wouldn't even bother covering them, but, you know. The issue is our character will get, like, panic and all that if I don't patch him up. Nope, and that's logs and a big rock. Got some little rocks. Let's just start by getting over here to... There's our crafting rock right up against the edge. This is home. This is where we live. And this is the little med bay you set up. It's a pile of dirty rags? Yes. Let's not put on the side full of trees. Let's put on this area, like right here. That's... Hang with me for a second here, zombie. There you go. Okay, and there's the one digital watch I get to take. Have some oregano seeds. Okay, so over here, this is the med bay. That's where we go to patch ourselves up when we get bloody feet. So I've got the sticks. Let's put those directly on the rock for right now. I've got you. Let's also go to the zombie corpse. We are shunning our lives. So Buster Steele is going to drop off all of his worldly possessions on that zombie. We'll grab a spare stick on our back as a spare. Remove the stone. Remove the stone. That's our rags. So we're gonna need to find a piece of flint. Pop over here to the med bay. Looks like we need a patch up. Gonna go ahead and put a couple more pieces of clothing over there. Yeah, no, I know you enjoy Product Zomboid Ninja Smirk. I'll probably be playing a bunch of different games here. You know, I'm a variety streamer. I do play a decent amount of Product Zomboid. But yeah. It's definitely one of those things that the moment I feel like I have to play a game is the moment I never play the game. Let's see, can you move the zombie corpses? Yeah, I don't care though. They move themselves in 9 days when they stop existing. It's one of those questions you tend to get a lot as a content creator in Product Zomboid. It's like, how do you handle the corpses? That's like, you don't. You just let them rot. So let's work on that muscle strain. And are going to be going around here and grabbing logs and what we can, dragging them back down to our crafting rock, as it were. And the goal here is going to be probably getting, like, whatever we can find to sit on or sleep on. I should say sleep on. I know we can get the log bench, but I'm going to have to find a piece of flint first. And some dog bane. Which take a little bit of work. So you're using hemp dog bane as a material since you can't loot or use thread for clothing? Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it, Jer. No, I make the comment because, like, you know, people make the comment is like, well, he's back to Product Zomboid or that kind of thing. And I just want to set expectations that I do play Product Zomboid, but, like, it's not like what I do is like 99% of my content. I do pop between games. I usually have, like, once a year we hop into Product Zomboid for a couple of weeks. I used to play tons more, but when I was going for the world record, I ended up burning myself out when I got it. Alright, so zombie behind me. That's fine. So I'm going to go right over here. Drop the log. Put this stick in her hand. Well, if they keep showing up here, eventually I'll either have to rest someplace else or drag the bodies away. But yeah, for those who are new to the channel, I do play, like, a lot of survival crafters, city builders, settlement builders. So while I do play Product Zomboid, I also play games like RimWorld. I played plenty of like tycoon games, lots of simulation games, your farms, American Truck Sims, like the whole thing. I play a pretty wide range. We've been playing some Coral Island recently, though. That one I've kind of put on pause just because the kind of unfortunate reality that, you know, people just aren't looking for Coral Island these days, which is a shame because it is an absolutely amazing game, but it is what it is. That is one of those realities of being in content creation is you are at the mercy of the whims and the ebbs of, you know, the viewers. And if a game's not landing with them, it's not landing with them. And that's just how it be. Okay, we have cut our foot again. So let's put that back on. Coral is fine, not too exciting. Yeah, but not every game needs to be, like, exciting. But no, it's just people aren't looking for it. Like, it doesn't need an explanation. Just people aren't looking for it. Because I play a lot of games I wouldn't exactly call exciting. I'd actually argue most of the games I'd play I wouldn't necessarily call exciting. You got a world record? Yes, I used to have the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That's at over 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life on sweaty try-hard settings with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, obviously that record's been beaten, but I did hold the world record for a while. Then eventually Mr. Lamprey beat my record, then Twist on Fire beat that record. And I know that record got beat. I don't really know the creator who beat that record as well, so I do forget their name. Which isn't intentional, it's not meant as a slight. I haven't been actively trying to pursue ever getting the record back. I'm happy I had it, but the time commitment that it is to get the record, it's fine. Okay, so drop that junk there. We apparently need to bandage ourselves again. We're just farming our medical skill. British Badger? No. It was like BR something, who ended up taking the record from Twist on Fire. Because Twist got to the 1 million kills and then stopped, so that the next person would be able to overtake it. Shivas, thank you. Yeah, Shivas. She was the one with the current record, I believe. And like I said, I can't remember if it's like exactly 1 million or just over 1 million. But usually when I mention the record, people always ask me, it's like, oh, when am I taking it back? It's like, nope. Nope. I'm happy I got it. I'm happy I did the time. I burned myself all the way out going for it. Like, the record character died, and I basically stopped playing Project Zomboid at any real level for a number of months because I was so burned out. And then when I did eventually come back, I was playing fairly casually. Like, I was still playing sweaty tryhard settings, but, you know, I'd pop in for a couple of days, pop out, that kind of thing. And I have a character that's technically still alive in Build 41 with, like, 300-something thousand kills now. But, I have no intention of putting the time to actually get the record. Because people don't realize it. To go... Would you... Oh my god, would you just stop bleeding constantly? I mean, not bleeding. They're not technically bleeding. Would you constantly have your foot getting sliced open less? Technically, these large flat rocks, those can be made into shelves. As well as you can make a crude wood axe with a little bit more skill. Yeah, there's nothing we can do here yet. I can make a stone campfire if we need it later. We do have enough stones for that, so that's good news at least. No, so if you'll notice what's happening is I keep getting my feet cut because the bandages don't protect my feet. They'll keep them from bleeding, but occasionally when I walk around, I'll recut my feet, and when that happens, the bandage pops off and disappears. Like just happened there, as we just cut her foot again. All right. Let's see. Do you think they should make wounds and infections more dangerous? Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree. I would want something along the concept of infect or die, but maybe not quite as laborious. The idea that, like, you would scratch your foot or whatever, and that, you know, there was a chance it would get infected if you left it alone, and once it got infected, it would continue to escalate until you took the time to, you know, get it properly dressed. If you choose not to properly dress it, then, you know, it could potentially become fatal, but it'd make it something that would take time. So it wouldn't just be like the next day you haven't treated, now you're dead. You know, make it take a good couple days where it just gets worse and worse and worse each day until you're like, no, I have to deal with this. And as you let it escalate, you have to do a bit more to deal with it. So, like, if you jump on it right away, no big deal. You might be able to just, like, one and done it with disinfectant. But if you, like, let it really kind of sit and fester, you might have to, you know, use a lot of disinfectant over the course of a little while to handle it. It's going to be a very dangerous spot for me to be basing from just because these trees. Later on, we'll want to cut them down, which will also be dangerous in its own right just because, you know, in the middle of the forest, an area that we've not cleared. Okay. I'm just grabbing a... because I don't know all the crude recipes and all that. So I'm kind of going with the ideas I'll grab a couple of everything that's nearby I can get a hold of easy. Yeah, so we just placed our foot again. Alright. Because I know a lot of these things I'm running around with, like, they've only got like 1 or 2 uses that I will not be using anytime soon. I believe, like, we need a, oh, I think it was like a mason's owl or whatever, to be able to make those into stuff for foraging. Like, foraging, like, blacksmithy foraging, not foraging. Probably end up needing to put that in the pile of clothes. Sorry, the pile of rags for, dealing with our feet cuts before this is all over. It's probably gonna be a long time till I can make shoes. It's all considered deep forest, so food is common here, apparently. We got aggro on you. Follow me down here. We have scratched our foot yet again. Okay, we can drop you in here. Yeah, it's definitely gonna need to be some hacking down of trees over time. That's the other big thing is we get our I can't remember what skill it was, like maintenance or whatever, where we can, or I think it was napping, where you can get like the big stone axe. So like not the regular. Oh, that's not where I want you. I'll use that for crafting on accident. Put you over here. Cool. So I got the spot over here. Let's try working down here to the east more. We got like this little runway here. Did I see? It's fine. Yep, because then we can make the large axe head, and the large axe head is a relative, like the axe you make with it is a relatively good axe. I think it also requires like carving 4 or 5 or something like that for the handle. Right, bugs, we don't need to be eating those. There's some acorns. Yeah, no, I don't remember it being too awful. And then once we get that, we can chop down trees. That'd be around the point we could actually start building ourselves a place. Because normally I actually don't worry about building much. I used to way back. But then, you know, as you become more and more of advanced a player, you start to realize, like, oh, actually, this doesn't matter that much. Like, I'm putting all this time and effort into building my home. Or, alternatively, I could just kill the zombies in the area. Like, you quickly learn, like, the best defense is to just kill everything in the surrounding area. Do you have a way to get nails? If we manage to find, like, a, spiked bat or whatever, you have a chance of getting nails out of that. I can also just get lucky and forage and just find a box of nails or individual nails. You don't need nails to build a place, by the way. You can actually just use, like, twine and that to build a place. I could technically use the clothing to build a place as well. I could rip it into rags and use that to tie stuff together. And that may be something we allow ourselves to do later. Like, once I've started solving some of these other problems, we might open it up that I can go and then, like, just take, like, clothing or whatever as a material just to save myself a lot of pain of just, you know, grindy gameplay. Alright, we'll go ahead and put these rags on our feet. Grinding that, that first aid XP. I'm mostly doing it so we don't take the slower movement penalty from having cut open, you know, our feet all cut up. Alright. One of the big things we want early game is a piece of flint. Once we get a piece of flint, a lot of stuff opens up for us, because then we can start crafting a bunch of basic stuff for as long as the flint's going. No restriction on the magazines. If I find it foraging, it's game on. But I have to find it foraging. I can't just run to the town and loot it. Gotta stay outside the map. Which means very heavy RNG. Okay. Alright, so we got all that. And the moment we finish that, we have scratched our foot again. As you do. Perpetually end forever. The poor feet, yep. We're just waiting on that muscle fatigue, then we'll start killing more zombies. It could also be a thing that, like, we get over here, we find another rock that's not quite as cursed a position, and use that instead. We're not super set on that rock, so we start building things around it. There's flint. We can put that to use. Did you see me, or are you just repositioning? I think he's just repositioning. How are you gonna get recreation? What do you mean recreation? That's not a requirement to this game. Fun? I instinctively went to grab the cologne bottle for the early game. Which would be against the rules. He's gonna forge a computer and a generator and start playing Project Zomboid. You think you mean mood? You mean like read a book to lower your agitation? Isn't that a thing? Yeah, no there is. Sadness is a mechanic you can mostly ignore. It does slow down your action speed, which makes things like this take longer. But it's also kind of a nothing burger. Like, it's inconvenient, but that's about it. And later on, if I manage to forge up a bowl or a pot or a pan or anything like that, then I can turn around and just make something else. And anything you quote-unquote cook gives you a bonus to your mood. If you get too sad, no, there's no significant penalty to sadness. The only penalty is how long stuff that has a bar over your head, your action speed, it slows that down. And it's a decent penalty to it, to be clear. So it is annoying, but like that's all it is just annoying. Alright, grabbing all the stones. Think killing all zombies would be exciting enough. That is one of the things we joke about with the game. Like, with everything going on, it's effectively the end of the world and everything, and your character's like, you know, you go and you eat slightly stale ice cream or whatever, and they're like, I'm sad. You're like, dude, you have so much bigger things going on. You have so much more to be upset about. I don't think a little bit of mildly stale food is really the biggest concern right now. A without table? Pretty much. Okay, so we can get our piece of flint. Right, no, I get it'd still be a letdown to eat stale food, but it's the fact like you'll grab like a stale ham, and by the time you're done eating all the stale ham slices, you've reached the like peak literal maximum level of depression you can experience in life. You're like, you know what? I feel like that's a little overselling how much you're gonna be upset about that stale ham. You'd probably be like, and then eat that. But yeah. Alright, so drop the sharp flint. Okay, so I can make a drill plank. So with the drill plank, I can make fire. Okay. We can make the campfire. And I normally would never do this, but it's literally right here. How dangerous are campfires in there? Extremely dangerous if you happen to step on them. Like, if you step on it while it's on fire, you're done. I don't very much like using them. And then in terms of fire spread, oh, they're fine. Yeah, you won't get any actual fire spread. Oh, here, let's walk over here real quick. Slap one of you on real quick. Grab the twigs. Let's sit down for a moment and recover our stamina. Yeah, there's been a few of them. There's been a decent number of people who have sat too close to the fire. Because one of the worst things is your character, like, where your model is not always super clear what actually, like, how close you are to stuff. So, like, the sitting near the campfire, it's really hard to judge, like, and you're on there. And plus, like, the range of the campfire is a little deceptive as well. It is a full box. So if we go here and do the remove grass thing, that whole box is on fire, not just where the fire appears to be. So it's kind of one of those things that'll catch you. You catch a thing. The first one along the river die? Yeah, they did end up dying. Basically, I was just trying to push farther down and, like, looking for a crafting rock, and both feet got cut. And then from there, we started getting really, really sleepy and all that. Started picking up more aggro. You get the idea. Yeah, so fire can be very dangerous. So we're going to make a fire real fast to destroy these bodies. Alright. Now I get just close enough to put it back out. And the notch plank and the stick for starting the fire go on the ground right next to it. Hey, ooh, I do not know how to pronounce your name. Let's see, Diant and Judah, thanks so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. We can get a shout out. I'd appreciate it. As for the people coming over with that raid and all that stuff, like how did the stream go and all that good stuff? How did you enjoy it? All that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we do have the problem right now. If we are hungry, I'm going to do something that's probably a terrible idea. And that's going to be, I'm going to do some sit-ups. Because I can't really see nor forge or whatever. And I don't really want to fight in this, so I'm going to deliberately make myself exhausted so that we start getting sleepy faster. So I could sit down to recover faster, but I'm not going to. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm deliberately trying to push our character to getting sleepy. There's tired. So I can make that go fast enough. Then we have the potential of being able to crash and be able to wake up while it's still sunny out. Yeah, that's what you want to see. I know you're getting bored, I don't care. Why don't you get ridiculously tired? And sleepy time. Oh, I thought I heard a zombie. Alright, so now we are hungry. It is raining. It is not a pleasant time for us. We are probably going to get sick again, and this is going to be a real awful place to get sick. And there's zero chance. You know, one thing I never checked. Are there actually crafting recipes for the skulls? I bet you there are. You could make those into bone pieces. Okay. And then do bone pieces have any uses I care again about? Doesn't really look like it. So we'll leave the skulls alone. Now, what we can find while foraging now will be way different. I believe you have a higher chance of getting dogbane while it's raining. You can carve the bone pieces? Alright, that's fair. I probably should just be picking up literally everything we see. So I got more sticks, that's some good news. We got the big heckin' bonker. Bring that back and bring the sticks back. Because it can be an emergency weapon. Plus there's other carving things you can do with it later on. And we're definitely in the phase of, is it bolted down? No? Okay, I want it. Alright. You make fishing hooks? That's right. I know you can make it out of bone, I wasn't sure if you could make it out of the skull. These are part of the reason I'm also looking at doing this, forcing myself to do all these crafting... Oh, that's the mushrooms, I don't want those. Forcing myself to do all these crafting recipes, that a lot of times you just you don't really have a reason to do. Okay, both of our feet are scratched. So drop you on the ground. Drop those. Grab one of you as a weapon. Destroy for fuel. All the twigs. Alright, so... Oh, right, let's put stuff on our feet real quick. All we need to do is get some properly calloused up feet. Where our feet look like leather slabs, they've been so calloused. Okay. So for building, nothing much we can do. The thing we're looking at making is the log bench. Tends to be one of your easiest to get surfaces, but I need to make a stone axe. And I'll need the equivalent of rags. We can use twine, which is what we're ultimately going to use. So if we look at what we need for twine... Oh, it's not under this name. Basically, you can take a hemp stick and a couple things there and make twine. Yeah, we can carve weapons out of the sticks. I don't want to do that right now. Also want to drag a couple of logs down here, because those will be other crafting materials we'll want. Yeah, we strained ourselves pretty bad lugging that stuff back over here. The big bonk stick works well. I think the only missing moodles are anxiety and all that. There's the moodle from catching a cold. There is the moodle from, like, nausea. There's the moodle from stinky smell. There's the moodle from, anxiety slash... There's anxiety, and then separately there's a moodle for panic. So we actually have a couple of negative moodles we can catch up. We also don't have... I mean, I guess hot and cold are two sides of the same coin. Once the number go up, the other's number go down to the bad. There's another log if we wanted to bring it back. We'll worry about that later. It's a need to find food. Can't take my chances with the mushrooms. Alright. Once again, we choose not to have Herbalist, because I didn't make his character specifically for the challenge. I have a character I make for what I call 0 to hero, where basically I give myself a bunch of negative traits to, like, knock down my stats to nothing. And then the only positive traits I give myself are stuff that I can't, like, earn. So I don't give myself stuff to, like, know how to do the generator earlier, or know herbalist. Those kind of things. 16 times pop? Yeah, but we're out in the boonies, so you won't see too much. Super hard challenge? Yep. Yeah, now once we start getting, like, helicopters and stuff like that, this will probably get pretty rough then. but we've got a decent amount of zombies in the area, but not like you'd normally see with 16. Didn't think about the chopper? Yeah. Now granted, this time we're on the other side of the water from Louisville. So we're still going to get all these surrounding zombies. But we probably won't get all the Louisville zombies. Yeah, and we mentioned earlier that the only thing I'm allowed to take the rags off the bodies for is for bandaging my feet. And that's kind of a necessity thing. I don't really have a good alternative way of dealing with that. And if we don't, our character's panic just keeps building up more and more and more until they won't sleep anymore. If we leave them uncovered. Once we get one that's bleeding, that is. So, it ends up being a thing where it kind of forces me to deal with that. Okay. We can go here and chuck the wood splinters on the body. Because I want to keep clearing out this area. Because the more I clear this out, the more area I can kind of run around to forage. Okay. I also noticed another crafting rock right there. That might be a better choice for us in the long term. Right now I got a bunch of junk piled up by the other one. But, I can see Moonor, there's a zombie over there, by the way. Are you gonna get clothes and stuff? You can craft clothes. It'll take us some work. I have to make an awl, and I have to make thread, and I have to make a bunch of other... No, not thread. I have to make twine and a bunch of other stuff like that. But you can craft all that stuff. That's kind of the point of this whole challenge is they've added all these crafting systems that are supposed to be able to, like, wilderness survive. So it's kind of like Naked and Afraid? Yeah, sort of. Alright. What's the main differences between them? Between which? Sorry, I'm not sure what we're comparing these, like, the other thing. We're comparing this against. Naked Afraid in this? I mean... Oh, is, like, Naked Afraid a name of a challenge or something? The idea is I'm not allowed to loot the zombies for anything other than, like, one watch just so I can tell how long we've been alive. And I'm also not allowed to use the clothing for anything other than bandaging. But yeah, if it's another challenge, I'm not aware of Naked and Afraid. So I can't make a comment on it. It very well could be, like, thematically the same idea. These are the kind of challenges that, you know, people come up with independently, even though it's not an original idea, nor are people claiming it is. It's just one of those things that you come up with on your own because it's kind of an obvious challenge. You have to craft everything? No, I can forage for stuff. And I'm only looting these for bandaging my feet. That's the rules with the cloth, is we can only use it to bandage our feet. We can't do that. But yeah, I can't loot anything. Let's see, any recommendation for how to find animals? Should you forward to the focusing for animal tracks? If you mean, like, for hunting animals, I've found it to be kind of utterly worthless. Because even if you do find the animal, they just like don't have hardly any nutrition and all that compared to what you'd expect. So if you're looking at trying to survive with hunting in Product Zomboid, I'm going to disappoint you in telling you that's not really a thing you can do. All the animals in Product Zomboid are very lean. With the exception of you can like raise rabbits and manage your weight that way. Okay, well, to be clear, I can use it for bandaging. Like, the immediate concern was bandaging your feet, but that's just because otherwise I get caught on a tree, and then that's just it. The run's over because I bleed out because I can't get, you know, stuff to bandage without it. And there's no play counterplay with that. So we're giving that leeway. The point is I can't use it for crafting. It could be, though, we lack some of those rules. Like, if it's a thing that we're running around and we're just never finding, like, just never ever finding Dogbane, then we might give ourselves a thing. That's part of the reason I'm actually grabbing so much of this, is I'm kind of seeing, I could see that being a thing where if we're, like, really struggling, we're a week and I haven't found Dogbane or something like that, we're going to fudge the rules because I will need a lot of Dogbane to get through, and if it just doesn't show up at a frequency that I can make it work, let's have to adjust. All right. You keep nudging. Oh, because we're overburdened. Like, when it comes to building the shelter, I could see us giving our pass and being like, hey, I can use this for, like, building the walls. Because getting hundreds of Dogbane is going to be absurd. Alright. So nothing new to craft here that we want to do. Nothing there. We can sit down for a minute and recover. We're still just drowsy. Going to keep walking around and searching. Because as I mentioned before, I believe Dogbane has a buff in its drop rate during rain. Or not drop rate, like the foraging rate of it. That rock's not real. That's a big rock. We don't need that. Okay. Grab some more stones. You keep giving me lemongrass, which does technically give me something to eat, but not enough to do anything with. Does rain affect campfires? I honestly don't remember. I don't feel like it did. Not meaningfully, at least. Alright, wild berries. And are you poison? Nope. Berries are safe. Just kind of wandering around in these trees. Hoping for the best. Okay, more berries. Thought you could use a stick. I have a stick. Oh yeah. No, I need carving 4 to turn a stick into a fishing rod. So more dodgy berries. Go ahead and eat those. And safe. Yes, this is all wood all around. And another level in foraging and a couple more sticks. The sticks will end up being a big thing in the long term. So you do want to keep grabbing them whenever we have the opportunity. Alright, so let's get back to our crafting rock. He's got plenty of sticks, plenty of twigs, some rocks. Gonna want all of it. Okay, we're also gonna want to drop these seeds somewhere along here. Have like a spot for surplus seeds, that kind of stuff. Alright, so you can pop over here. Drop the sticks, drop the stones. For right now, we'll put the seeds over here. We can go to the campfire, destroy for fuel. The twigs, all of them. Alright, we can pop right down here. Oh, let's get our up on our feet. So apply bandage left foot. Apply bandage right foot. Cool. I'm sorry I dared step away from it. Apply bandage right foot. There we go. Turn that off. Sit down again. So crafting, nothing new to do here. Now, eventually we'll want to start carving things. Regardless of that. How to work on our carving skill. The stakes are terrible weapons. That's kind of the catch. But as we get more and more branches, we'll want to start carving things to getting our carving skill up. Because as we get our carving skill up, I'll have more options of things I can make. And that'll be very important for the long term of this run. And also, let's go ahead and we'll just wash ourselves. Give ourselves something to do while we wait for Ridiculously Tired to kick back in. We can go here, exercise. Start working on sit-ups while we wait. Never mind, that's what we're waiting on. Let's see, you can break stakes on trees for Manix XP. I'm not going to worry about that. That kind of stuff for, like, grinding the stats. At that point, I would just go ahead and use the stakes as a weapon. I'm not someone who generally tries to, just gain stats safely kind of thing. If I'm making a weapon, I'm going to use a weapon. Pretty annoying. Okay, and we're looking here for anything edible. The problem is I don't have very good visibility because of how early in the day it is. Surprising we're actually doing okay for sleeping on the ground. It used to be 90% of the time you'd go to sleep on the ground, you'd wake up and you'd still be in like the range of drowsy or tired. Versus we do seem to be getting our full sleep. Just, you know. You'd be missing a little bit, just with the nature of how poor quality sleep works in the game. But it used to feel like it was way more severe. Alright, so I don't want to carry this back, because even just the one is too heavy. You see it's 6 encumbrance. That's my entire carry weight. Alright, you have yourself a good lurk, Integer Smirk. I do appreciate the lurk. Okay, not seeing any zombies here now. Bone pieces. Just one zombie over here. Let's get rid of them. Yeah, I got a couple more zombies over here. Let's see, sleeping on the ground wasn't a thing in 42.13. Yeah, that was a bug. Are you going 0 to hero this run? Yes. We have 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 stats of any kind. Alright, oh. And let's rip some more clothing really fast so I can patch up my feet. Because that's the only exception we've been making is just giving me the ability to rip clothing to bandage my feet. Well, to bandage myself. Give me a moment. I'm just enjoying my my nettles real quick. There's not a specific order of operations. If you do look on the left side of the screen, I do have a list of a bunch of things we are kind of working on. I am going to need to hit tailoring 1 and carving 4 to realistically take care of a lot of the things we need. Because the carving 4 I need to be able to make a fishing pole. And then the tailoring 1 is what I need for shoes. It's going to be pretty rough to get tailoring 1. There's not going to be many opportunities for me to tailor much of anything. But if we find stuff like duct tape and garbage bags or tarps or that, there's lots of options for tailoring once that happens. But the early game is going to be the roughest because of that kind of thing. Do you have a screenshot or text list of the pros and cons you took for the 0 to Hero? Exclamation mark traits should give you the traits we started with. Basically, the big thing is I do not have any stat points when I start. No strength, no fitness, no nothing. I'm allowed to have positive traits. They don't all need to be negative. But it may not have any stats. All stats I have to earn myself. That's my version of 0 to Hero. Different people have different versions. There's no agreed upon term. It's a thematic thing. It's not like a specific challenge. Right, there you go. Yeah, the first one has pony, and I could say it did seem a little hoarse. And there's Drowsy yet again. Oh, if you're worried about max stats, don't worry about that. We're not going to see that. Keep in mind, I have a character who's alive in build 41, who has killed over 300,000 zombies, and we are still not maxed on that character. Maxing out your stats is not a realistic concern. And then also, like, what would I take in place of that? Because if you're looking and trying to min-max the build, why do you hate fun? Did that character start with 0 skills? Yes. Like, we're kind of the opposite of min-maxed. If we're being real here. Doing it best to lighten the mood. It seems a bit under the weather. Yup. Character is hopeless. Only 8 in the morning. Already tired. Stop giving me lemongrass. Oh, wanted the lemongrass, actually. Yeah, there's a lot of these runs at Fast Learner. I didn't even take that. Yeah, no, you're all good. You're all good, Blue. I was just basically saying it's just one of those things that, like, I used to have a command that was basically with this build. People would be trying to figure out good builds in Project Zomboid, and they'd be like, "What did you go, person who knows what they're doing in the game?" And I used to have a command as, like, just full disclosure, like, this is an actively bad build. Like, this is a deliberate self-sabotage build. I do not recommend it. Because there's a lot of people be like, oh, you know, you took all these really good positives, but you gave yourself, like, no fitness and strength. This is probably a min-max, like, pro strats build where, you know, you hurt your early game to give yourself best of everything late game. It's like, no, this is a terrible build. It's like, this is an actively awful build. Just disable that for a minute. All right. And we just keep getting utterly drenched. So we're probably gonna get sick again. Come on. Aggro me. Aggro. Aggro. You've had a lot of rain days? I have. There you go. And of course we got both. That's what happens. Alright, so let's back off a little so we don't get any more. I hope your run went well. How did like, if you're trying to just enjoy lurking and all that, don't let me drag you out and all that. But how did the rest of your run go? Because I know I saw you working on it, but like you were pretty early on before when I had to pop off, so I didn't get to see how it went. Because I'll definitely say, not letting myself grab the knives and stuff off the zombies, nor taking something like Lumberjack or one of the other ones that gives me recipes, it's gonna make this rough. It's gonna make this real rough at the start. You can do it. I don't want to step forward where the one I'm standing on back here gets back up. You started with sewers, so you have clothes? Nice. I am going to be struggling a lot on that. We'll get there, don't worry. We're just killing a zombie one stomp to the thigh at the time. Yep. Really wearing out our feet here. So if you're ever wondering how bad the damage penalty is from being tired and exerted, there you go. Would you allow yourself to study items on the zombie to learn recipes? Ooh, I hadn't thought of that. Because, like, the odds I find something important, like a fishing pole on a zombie, is pretty negligible, all things considered. So, like, something that instrumental. But, you know, stuff like the radio could be a thing, but without being able to loot, I don't think getting the makeshift radio would really help. You did study a fork already? I didn't study it. I saw a fork. I didn't interact with it in any capacity. Not unless, you know, something completely happened that I was blissfully unaware of. Never know, it might be in a backpack. Yeah, no, it's always a possibility we get a survivor zombie or something. Some kind of event zombie. Yeah, no, but I didn't study it. I didn't think about that. Honestly, I could go either way with it. Like, I could see reasons not to allow it, but I also feel like it's not going to be significant enough to be a problem either way. So let's back off a little bit farther from kind of the front lines that we're running into zombies. And we'll go right over here. And this seems like a perfect spot to sleep. Okay. Well, hello, immediate violets. Yeah, it's one of those ones I'm not super worried about it either way. Because I was trying to think of what I'm likely to find on a zombie body that'd be like, oh, I want to research that. And, like, sure, if we got, like, a survivor zombie with backpack with some really cool stuff, there's possibilities. But outside that, there's really not much that comes to mind that I'd be like, oh, that's the one I'm going to miss. Because to be honest, I quite often just forget to do the research mechanic entirely. I usually just don't need it. It's one of the things that becomes kind of an issue when you played enough Project Zomboid. You start to realize how many of the systems don't really matter. Like, you can do them. It's not hurting anything. It's not bad. But you can utterly ignore them. Like, you don't need the radio to survive. You don't need the water power to survive. You don't need the generator to survive. You don't need the gen magazine. You don't need herbalist. Like, these are all nice to have things. They'll sure make your life easier. You don't need a freezer or a fridge. You don't need a fishing pole. You know, you will need either a fishing pole or a bucket and some cows or rabbits, or to get trapping set up, mostly for the rabbits. Like, there's definitely some things that you need one of several options. But broadly speaking, you don't need to fish, you don't need to trap, you don't need to hunt. Those are all purely optional things. And you can survive basically forever. Like that. You don't, like, literally you never need to use this build menu. The crafting menu is pretty hard to get around if you're not doing, like, low pop settings where you can get away with just looting everything. Any high pop stuff where you have to, like, really kind of fight to get into places, you're probably going to need to put that crafting menu to use. I could theoretically see you being able to get away as, like, a challenge kind of thing, but it means banging on a bunch of zombies with sticks and rocks and that, which would definitely get tiresome after a while. And are already drowsy again because we are sleeping on the ground and it doesn't work very well. So we're kind of running back and forth, continuing to forage, continuing to find sticks and all that. We're basically going to be stuck until we either get a lucky foraging thing, or I start getting enough sticks and I start deciding to carve things. My big hesitation with trying to carve things right now is I've got a singular piece of flint. We still haven't seen Dogbane, despite multiple days of lots of rain. Deal with that in a second. Destroy fuel, twigs, all. Drop the rags. Bandage her foot. Okay. Let's see. So far as crafting, so I've got a couple of things there. Building-wise, we don't have anything we care about here. So how many sticks am I up to? I'm up to 9. So let's go check in our skills, because I don't know, like, which of these is better or anything like that. So we got carving. It's at, well, it's at 0.39. So let's make a trowel. Am I in trouble? Can't tell you. My entire screen is nothing but a crafting menu. I could minimize it, but I don't want to. 0.32. I miss right-click crafting a lot of things and all that stuff. We still have some of it. Okay, so that gave me about 1.6. And if I craft a steak, so they're both about 1.6 between the two of them. So drop the wooden trowel. That's a tool for us. And as much as I don't want to do this, go crafting, carve, get to work. Because the stakes are terrible weapons, but at least I can get a little bit of maintenance XP using them. And we can start working our way up on the carving, which will open up some more options for like weapons and all that, because I'll be able to start making handles and yada yada. That's going to take a lot of carving. Alright, so I got 8 of these. Eat the nettles. So I keep wanting to find food and stuff like that. The big struggle is going to be napping. Getting the flint and all that. If we're lucky, we'll find some flint nodes we can smack later on. Yeah, no, the problem is with the stakes is you'll sit there and hit a zombie 2 or 3 times and break a stake. They really have pretty terrible durability. All right. But if we keep getting these foraging XP, we get more and more options of stuff we can find, and we can start getting lucky and maybe just finding straight up weapons. We can also potentially just get lucky and find magazines and a whole bunch of other goodies. So it ends up being an important thing. So like right now where we're sitting at 3 foraging, it'll level up real fast, as you can probably imagine. We're only 2 days in. We're already at 3 foraging going on 4. That's going to be a key aspect of this run. Wilderness survival is going to be a lot of foraging. It's kind of what you do as an alternative to looting buildings and cars and all that. Just finding what you can on the ground, taking it home, working with it. Okay, so drop the stone. Eat a dodgy berry. The berry was poison. In case anyone wasn't keeping notes. Alright, so let's sit down here and rest for a minute. Because we're getting tired again. We're a little hurt because of the nausea and all that. We're not eating another poison berry right now. That would kill us. Okay, we had the fatigue drop off. Watch us level up first aid here. Just re-bandaging her bloody feet again and again and again. Alright, something else we can eat. Even starting with one thing multiplies the XP by 4. Yeah. No, that's honestly like the big thing when you do your starting stuff, is you do get a lot of benefit from it. Like, it's really good stuff. Alright, so let's finish eating our rosemary. Chuck the seeds on you, chuck the poison berries on you so I don't accidentally eat more of them. Can't see enough to avoid the trees. Okay. Drink you. It's too dark for anything else. Okay, so it's going to be another one of these ones that... Gonna need to exercise. Drinking while sick? Yeah, no, the, if you drink directly from there, it doesn't really do anything anymore. Like, it used to cause you to get mildly queasy if you drank from the water source. There was actually one point where it just basically killed you, but that was a very short period of time. Because people had developed such a habit of drinking directly from the water sources that when they kind of changed it, even though they did try and warn people, you know, not everyone got the warning, so to speak. Alright, let's let Ridiculously Tired kick in so we can go and fall to sleep. Come on. Alright. Sleep on the ground. Okay. And for once, we're actually in relatively okay shape when we woke up. Not dealing with any other garbage. So we're going to work our way down here and keep clearing the area. Like I said, I do think the answer is going to be this rock down here for crap. A ball peen hammerhead. It's in relatively good shape. Well, if we manage to get carving up enough to make a handle, that's a ball peen hammer. It's going to take me a while to get there, but you know. Still. Let's drop those off. I need to be breaking these sticks. I think I'm just going to endure having our foot cut up here. Yeah, so I think we'll do is we'll drop the ball peen hammerhead, and I will grab 2 dirty bandages. And what we'll do is we're just going to grab those. Let's drop some of the stakes. We'll come back for them. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to let that just stay injured. And if we get to the point of one bleeding, or we get to the point our character starts properly limping along, then we'll go ahead and bandage it up. I need to just stop I just don't want to sit here like, bandage the foot, go back, bandage the foot, go back, bandage the foot. You'd imagine in real life with all those rags, you'd be able to just like keep looping around your foot until like you just have a wrapped foot. There is wrapped clothing, but I want to say it requires like thread or it requires tape or something. I think there's a couple different types. I think there's like one for using a plastic bag. There's one for using like jean strips. You know, that kind of thing. We're going to have to get our carving skill up to the point we can make an owl. And then tailoring stuff will start to open up. It'll still be a struggle to get the materials, but at least at that point, that is a possibility. I'm pretty sure that's one we grabbed earlier and we just sat it down. That's fine. Okay, the buys are starting to stink around here. Then you got a couple crafting rocks you can use. Will you be able to use it to bonk zombies, or will you use it as a tool? The hammer? I'll probably use the hammer as a tool for at least a little while. Sir? I need you to not be merged in the big rock, sir. The law of physics dictates that this is a crime. Oh, wait, was that? I thought I saw that we had noticed something forging. All right. Get ourselves a little sip of water. Pick up a sharp bone fragment. Butter knife, I think we can... Is your character naked? They are basically wearing briefs and all that. Product Zomboid doesn't let you be like properly naked. Even if your character is naked, they still will show you as wearing underwear. There's some grape leaves. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, I definitely think we ultimately move over here farther. Having these big rocks for crafting areas, not tucked all up in the trees. That'll be pretty good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because if we go out here, then I don't have to worry about like zombie poking me right through the side of like a tree or whatever. This will be a much better open space too. So we'll go over here, we'll drop the butter knife. Drop the sharp fragment. Drop the twigs for now. Drop the rags over here. Alright, let's go ahead and put the rags on our feet for the moment. I notice my character started to properly begin limping a little bit, so let's get that sorted. Oh, wait, the bull skull. Yeah, because I think this will be a much better spot. Just being in with, like, the trees there poses a lot of dangers. Not realize you're backing into, like, a whole rally group, or being able to see when, like, the helicopter meta events get zombies moving around. Okay. And we can walk over here. Drop off some of this. And while we're strained, we can walk back, grab some stuff, and drag it out here. Sadly, we don't have a pen or anything like that, so I can't really benefit from that too much. Oh yeah, our upper and lower torso are going to start being in pain because we did sit-ups just to kill time. Well, it's actually not even to kill time, to get ourselves to be tired enough to go to sleep. Oh yeah, no integers work. None of the commands are going to work over on the YouTube side. Not very many of the bots tie in where they work across platforms. I use Firebot and it doesn't work that way. I know you can get, I think Streambot does, but it's kind of generally accepted that on the YouTube side there's not going to be much interaction with live streams. I mean, it's just a very different experience on the YouTube side. Let's see. Do you know if Mr. Lamprey is still in Ukraine? I do not know. I would assume he is. He joined the military. But since then I haven't really kept up with him at all. Like he's just not been online very much. I don't have like any private channels to communicate with him outside of that. Hopefully everything's going well for him over there. Because yeah, no, he just basically he got out of streaming and went to work. Rules? Are you looking for the rules to run? We have the, I think wilderness was the command I added for the stuff for this run, and we're kind of adjusting the rules as we go. This is kind of a trial basis. So like I've already had a couple rules we had at the beginning that I then kind of backed off in this rule or that rule just because we kind of came to the realization that, they weren't going to quite work. Yep. No, he's, yeah, no, he joined the military. It is like before everything else going on over there. It wasn't in response to that kind of thing. So you can loot zombies? Seems like that's got to be a thing. I'm allowing myself to take the clothes from zombies and rip them for bandaging. I'm not allowing myself to use zombie loot like weapons and all that. The whole point is to survive entirely on the wilderness. But, like, I'm making an exception for the bandage thing because there's not really a means to bandage yourself out here. And I'm gonna occasionally, like, cut myself on a tree or whatever, just RNG-wise. And so if I don't allow myself that one little leeway thing, we bump a tree and then suddenly we bleed out. And there's, like I said, there's no real counterplay because it's not an intended thing you'd run into. And I know I'm way overburned. I'm choosing to be stubborn and just go with it. This is not the correct way to deal with this problem. Scavenging parts you think could be a fair extension. Is that a mod? I can't loot a complete item from them. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. Dog bane, get in my pocket. I can make twine. And if we can make enough twine, we can make ourselves a bench to sleep on. Now, the reason why this is a terrible idea is if I run into a group of zombies with maximum exhaustion, we just basically die. Just run ends because we won't have anything to give. I just didn't want to do multiple trips, and so I'm not doing multiple trips. Honestly, with as overburned as I was, I should have just maxed out the character and just gone for it. But, we're already most of the way there. Yeah, but I mean, I can make a belt without belt buckles. You can make a rope belt. Big heckin' bonker. We're already max exerted and all that, so it's not like I can make the max more max than the max already is. Oh, just an example of ripping and all that? Yeah, that would be ultimately that'd be one of those things that, like, as we tinker, I'm kind of being more restrictive on the front. Because the way I look is I can be more restrictive and then lax the restrictions if we decide, okay, this restriction's kind of a bit too much, makes it too tedious, whatever. But it's kind of hard to go the other way, like, okay, we're going to add a restriction. You can do it, it just feels a lot different when you do it that way. Alright, so crafting-wise, just wants to show the drill plank. Right, because I have my, my flint is still at the other side. So we're probably going to work our way back and forth a little bit to get stuff moved. But we can get set up there. Because now I got the dogbane and all that. I can make the twine once I get the flint over here. And then with that, we have the possibility of potentially making the bench. And once I can make the bench, I don't have to wait till ridiculously tired to sleep, which will make life way easier. Because it's the moment we get drowsy, we can just plunk down on a bench and call it a day. We're getting tense because we don't have our feet wrapped up. Okay, so let's drink a little water. And we're starting to limp again. That's because our feet are both cut and infected. Yeah, no, anything like you can get like a lean shelter, you can sleep on it. If you get a sleeping bag or a tent, you can sleep, and that's a good option. Anything that allows you to sleep on it will work. Yeah, so probably get ridiculously tired soon. We're going to try and prioritize what we're grabbing over here, just because I've got, like, large stones and logs and stuff like that. And realistically, if I start... Oh, yeah, more dogbane. This is great. Just because if I start carrying a bunch of that stuff, it's just super overburdening. We'll see. We'll see what we grab. The big thing is I need to get the flint. Mostly our stuff, if it stays there, that's kind of fine. We can go back if we need it later. I'll probably find tons of it around anyways. But the flint is pretty hard to come by out here. So we'll just go for that. But with that, like I said, we should potentially... Can you farm dogbane? Yes. But right now in Build 42, for how ridiculously absurdly long it takes to grow literally anything, farming is kind of a meme. You can do it. Maybe if you're on a server, it can be worth doing. But, like, it very genuinely takes just absolutely forever to farm. That I will have everything I need out of dogbane way before it, because they've added like proper seasons to the game and everything when it comes to it, so you have to plant it at the right time. It takes multiple in-game months to grow, and you can go into your settings, of course, and change all that, but it is one of the things that, like, for Build 42, it is the one thing I'd hold on and be like, this is a bad decision, this is something that should change. Like, I understand it's realistic, but also when you look at the player base, how many people are surviving that length of time that's even remotely relevant? Grab you. Let's grab those. Grab that. Grab the one trowel. Grab some of the stones. Do we just want to go? Let's just go for it. Let's make bad choices, chat. I got inventory space left that we can put stuff in. Right, those are 40 apiece, so we're not going to drag those with us. Alright. So it basically means there's nothing else there I care about. Just one log and a couple large rocks. And see, the timing in crop season seems counterintuitive with the default start date. Yeah, it's the reality is, I feel like it's one of those things that they're like, let's make this realistic and more engaging, more realism to it kind of deal. And the unfortunate reality of it is it's just incredibly impractical. Because, you know, when you look at the player base and go, how many people survive a month? Even just 1 month. And you've already knocked it down to like less than a percentage of the player base. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have stuff for people who survive for a long time. We also have a lot of that, you know, whatever. But it's just kind of one of those things. It's like, okay, so you've basically made what amounts to effectively a dead mechanic. Because then for the people who do survive for long periods of time, like myself, where you survive over a year and all that, you think about it, you put all this time and effort, you put this thing in the ground, you have to water it fairly regularly or it dies. You have to weed it occasionally or it dies. And you plant all this stuff. And even if they gave you a completely obnoxious yield on the other side, let's pretend you did 1 spot of cabbage, and if you got it to the other side, it gave you 100 cabbage, it wouldn't matter, because you'd eat like 10 of the cabbage and the rest would all go rotten by the time you got to them. Even if you're using a freezer, maybe you got to like 20 or 30 of them. And sure, you could grow potatoes, but it's the same kind of problem. You know, sure, you got 100 potatoes, they're still going to go rotten. And so you're like, am I going to really dedicate, you know, maintaining it for 3 to 6 months to get something that's going to feed me for like 10, 15, 20 days, whatever I can stretch that out to before it spoils? Probably not. Especially when you consider literally any other way of getting food is less of a pain in the butt and more efficient. It's kind of the same thing with like hunting though. Like hunting, you can put a huge amount of hunting in effort into hunting, but you also don't really get much for it. So it's a ton of effort, and there's just not worth the reward on the other side, which also kind of makes it a dead mechanic that you do just because you want to, but there's really no reason to ever actually do it. Same with like animal husbandry with some of the animals, like the pigs. They're just not particularly good. All right, and we can go craft. Build a new fire pit. Gonna put that down here. You mean if you survive a long time and your runs out of boredom, farming gives you nothing that you can't forge. Forging is significantly less time investment. There's no reason to do farming at all. Right, and that's kind of my argument is I feel like genuinely for farming, what they probably need to do is they need to just, you know, like we had farming was a bit overpowered before. Build 41 farming, you just chuck some stuff in the ground, you came back later, and you could survive pretty much indefinitely. You just have to supplement it with like some traps, or some fishing. But like it was like minimal effort. We need something that's in between there. So I think having the shorter time span like we had before makes sense, but have it where you occasionally have to do a little bit more work on it. Like, you know, maybe you actually should water it once in a while. Oh my god, would you just keep those bandages on you for like at least walking out to the water? I just wanted to walk out to the water so it'd be easier to know what direction the zombies came from if they approached. So let's add that back on, because otherwise we're going to panic while we sleep and wake up. Would you settle down with the tents already? I'm also real tired of waking up in the middle of the night. And I assume, yeah, because you'll have lost all your fuel. Let's grab the twigs. Destroy for fuel. Twigs, all of them. As you heard, they're planning on a trapping rework. Not looking forward to it, considering what happened to the farming and the fishing. I like the changes in fishing. To be clear, I think the fishing rework was a good thing. Fishing, where it used to be right-click, fast-forward, you know, it was fine. We did it. But it was genuinely go to water, right-click, left-click, fast-forward, okay, you're done fishing. Which is how foraging used to work. You used to just right-click, you'd choose forage, and your character would just, like, root in the ground for a little bit, and then it'd be like, okay, you got everything here. And as far as engaging gameplay, it was bad. Like, it's what we had at the time, but it was objectively bad. I think it's fair to say that. So the other problem is I can't really forage, it's too dark. Yep. See if we can't find zombies. Your only problem with the fishing is not the fish really... Is fish not really fighting back at low levels? Yeah, no, I gotcha. I think that's okay. I don't think that's that big a deal. But yeah. I think they're trying to move the game away from stab, chop, beat, zombie till you die, repeat grind game. Over time, let's hope they dial things in more. Yeah, no, they've definitely been vocal when we talked in the past about, like, they don't like the grab big group of zombies, backpedal, thwack the zombies. And it's kind of like, okay, I mean, I get it. Like, genuinely, they seemed worried that players seeing that gameplay wouldn't be interested in playing the game. Like, that's not something they've said to me privately that I'm, like, you know, spoiling stuff. That's been stuff they've said, like, broadly on the forums and the community, that kind of stuff. It's kind of not recent things said, so maybe they've changed their mind over the time. But it is just kind of broadly one of those things. And I get that concern, but it's like, okay, well, the nature of how combat works, that's what's going to happen. Like, if you don't want that, you need to fundamentally change combat. Like, changing all the other stuff, sure. And that's part of why we got muscle strain, was the concern. Oh. Okay, we're fine. I did not see you. Next. All right. Next. Okay. But yeah, but it's one of those things, is like, fundamentally the way combat works, like, there's a reason why sprinters don't work that well, you know, for people who aren't looking for very arcadey gameplay and all that. It's just the nature of how combat moves in this game. You'd have to completely rework it. And at this stage, like, I actually like the combat in the game. I would be pretty bummed out if they did change the combat, because I like the style of combat where it's slow and methodical, that you can approach it and you have to, like, there's a timing. It's a masterable thing, as opposed to a lot of other games where, when you get into stuff like combat and all that, it is very much a thing that, you know, there's an RNG chance you miss, or crit chance and all that stuff. There is technically crit in this game and whatnot, but it's not something that you, like, super notice. So it's just kind of one of those things that, like, yeah, I mean, unless they make it so we simply cannot fight like that at all, which honestly would be the point, I just wouldn't play the game anymore. Because the only way I see they take that from us is just by nerfing us so much that we have to, like, we're kind of forced into, like, playing more stealthy and all that. And that kind of take away one of the things that I think is actually one of Project Zomboid's strengths, is you can kind of choose how you want to play the game. You're not forced to be into a builder, you're not forced into a crafting run, you're not forced into being combat only run, you're not forced into anything. You can really customize your experience and play how you want, and the game will let you do it. They kind of attack the problem from this red art. From the other side, default APOC setting naturally splits zombies up instead of Congo lining. Yeah, and I get that. I do personally find it's better than it was on release. I do personally find like the zombies that hear you from far away and move super slow absolutely agonizing to deal with. Not even from like the splitting them up and not letting them converge thing. I think it's good that they're a little bit more all over the place, but it's frustrating because you'll have the situation where you pull a zombie and it'll be like way back in the group and you can't go in after it. Not early game with low stats. They're in this weird situations like, well, what do? I stand here and I wait. And those slow-moving zombies are, oh my god, get your butt over here already. I'm gonna die of old age. When it was pinpoint hearing in that, like when build 42 first dropped, that was agonizing. I ended up quitting out of a run without even dying because, like, I cannot do this anymore. It's just, there was just so much of aggro. Well, I can't go in here and aggro the other 10. I don't have that, like, the character stats aren't up to that kind of a fight. We don't have that much fuel in the tank. So I gotta wait for this one stupid zombie to take an in-game hour to get over to me so that I can fight it. You know, and then you hit it a couple of times and it dies and you're like, this is what I've waited all this time for. You can fast forward? Yeah, but when you're doing marathon runs, you do not want to be fast forwarding and like for stuff like that. That is a good way of killing your character. You know, stuff, because it's supposed to pop back to normal when the zombie gets close, and it does. But sometimes it's pretty dang close that if you're not on top of it, you can get yourself in trouble. Or you'll fast forward and like one of the zombies will like do some weird pathing or whatever, and now you need to suddenly like kick the game back because you gotta adjust your strategy. Because it's the same thing. Like, I know there's a lot of people who will rest, fast forward, hold shift, and get up real quick. And I'm like, nah, man. I have seen people kill so many runs doing that. And I'm used to doing marathon runs where we go for hundreds of thousands of kills and that kind of stuff. And the only way you do that is you risk mitigate everywhere you can. It's always that, like, 1 second of inattention. Not even a second, like a fraction of a second of inattention or lack of awareness or just poor judgment, it's over. Would be nice. I would like them to take the slowest zombie and bump its speed up. Like, narrow the range between... I mean, honestly, all the settings. Like, the pinpoint hearing thing, that was the problem with pinpoint hearing as the default. Wasn't that you had some zombies could hear you far. That was fine. But it's the fact that it goes from, like, 1 to 3 times or whatever it was. Which is a dramatic jump. And so, like, that huge range is, like, very deceptive. Oh no, I mean, very genuinely, the crafting... I don't see it. Oh, there you are. Yeah, for me, that is, like, pretty close to invisible. Let's see. Slow chambers are slower than crawlers? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I would want it to be like, there's the normal speed zombies, then there's the slower zombies. They're like 20% slower. Just enough that they don't really bunch up, but not so much that they like really are really slow. And then you've got sprinters who are just like, they're a meme. They're a meme is what they are. Like, probably don't need to change anything like that, because they're just a meme. Don't really need to explore that farther. Actually slowed sprinters down in build 42? I'd heard that. And they also made him scream, which is way more terrifying. It's like every time you hear the sprinter scream, you're like, dear God, that's scarier than the actual sprinter. Sprinters only is fun? Hey, it's fine if you enjoy it. I've done sprinters only, and I've survived for lengths of time and got a lot of kills on them. It's just not my thing. I genuinely find it way too arcadey. Like, part of the reason, like I said earlier, that I really like Project Zomboid is it is a masterable game. You can genuinely get to the point where you just know the flow and the rhythm of combat and get that figured out. And honestly, to me, that is a good thing. Like, Project Zomboid, when you die, 99.9% of the time, you look in the mirror and go, that's my fault. I did that to me. The game didn't screw me. I wasn't RNG'd. It wasn't whatever. It's like I made a choice and it was wrong. Or like, I made a choice, it was wrong, I overstayed my welcome, whatever it is. Unless it was a campfire. I mean, yeah, the hitbox in the campfire is a thing. But, like, that's where you're at, like, the 99.9% times. That's also one of those things you do, and then you're like, okay, I've learned my lesson. Campfire be scary, yo. And that's still a death you can avoid henceforth. It's very rare in Project Zomboid. You take a death and you're like, this, I didn't deserve this. This was not fair. But the moment you start getting to the more arcadey stuff like sprinters where animation glitches and comes after you and that kind of thing, or like where it does thing where it kind of goes over the fence, but it's not really, so it looks like it's on the air fence, but then it lunges, but it passes through the fence's side and all that. And you're like, okay, that's some BS. Like those kind of things. Then it feels bad. But, like, that's mostly just, like, sprinter stuff, and then, like, when you start abusing fences real bad, sometimes fences can get weird. Whereas, outside of those kind of special situations, and like, multiplayer desync, outside of that, it's a very fair game most of the time. Like, it'll punish you, but you'll be able to recognize what happened. Let's see, Angry said, your mistake is going to help another survivor get out of a bad situation. Often ends up getting you killed rather than back out when your gut tells you to. Oh yeah, no, you can definitely overextend, especially in multiplayer, like, where you're trying to help someone else out. Especially, like, if you're kind of the veteran player of the group, you kind of feel like it's on you to try and, get people out of the situation. Like, you're the most likely candidate to be able to make it work. And yeah, you'll absolutely, like, normally you playing on your own, you'd be going, no, exit stage left. Like, you've hit that point of the fight where you're like, no, we're too spent. Like, this is a fight we walk away from. But because you're trying to help, you push yourself a little bit farther than you're necessarily really comfortable doing. Yeah, that's where my fire's at. I leave lunges on, I just don't fence play. Like, if something comes to a window, it's just the one, I'll deal with it, that kind of thing. I'm gonna jog just a little bit. Even though I want to keep foraging. I'm worried about the cold. You know what? I didn't bring my notch plank over here. Well, let's walk back over here and grab our notch plank. Because we're waiting till we're ridiculously tired anyways. We could forage on the way over and back. Fins are great, but one mistake and it can be game over. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like I said, I tend to do like the marathon runs where you get hundreds of thousands of kills, you survive a year, those kind of things. And when you're doing that type of content, like, those things that can get risky, you just don't do. Like, even if it's the thing, I was like, but you can get so much more damage and kill zombies so much faster. It's like, right. But when you're doing the marathon runs, it is about being like, I'm going to be playing this character, and I need to not make a mistake for hundreds of hours of, like real-life hours of play. I need to not be creating situations for me to make mistakes. Because you are killing the zombies. There is an inherent risk you cannot eliminate and continue to achieve your objectives. But at the same time, it's like, if you're taking those risks, you're just not going to get to that point in the game. Because let's say it's like 1 in 1,000 chance you make the mistake and you die doing the fences. Well, if you line up 1,000 different times, you're gonna start pushing those odds. It's the same reason, like, when I get those runs, I'll be like, why aren't you going in those buildings? It's like, there's nothing for me in those buildings, but loot. It's like, right. But I'm past the early game. I've got everything I want and need. Literally all those buildings represent is risk. Like, there's nothing I want, nothing that'll help me in them. It's just risk. Like, but they can have a crowbar. It's like, that's cool. I can craft better. Not really. I could craft weapons up real fast for a maybe crowbar. Okay, cool. Just a little bit of mild to severe food poisoning. As you do. Oh, good. Because we food poisoned ourselves and it's giving us a fever, not literal fever, but it's giving us a fever, it's counteracting us cooling off. Weirdly, that's actually it's not a sustainable strategy, but that is a thing you can do to kind of help yourself when you're doing a bunch of this stuff and your character's not doing so great. You can make the choice to deliberately poison your character mildly as a means of warming your character up. So that's what we came over here for, is the notched plank and the stick. I don't think we picked those up. All right. It was a big heckin' hike to get those. And I could have crafted more, but that's going to require me to get more logs and a whole bunch of stuff. And I figured, what the heck? We need to forage anyways. It's interesting that the water doesn't seem to do anything at all now drinking it. It says unsafe for consumption, but literally has no impact. Alright, so we're going to go over here. We're going to drop off this junk. And hopefully we wake up while it's still daylight. That's been kind of the pain the last, like, day and a half. Is we end up ridiculously tired and not able to do a bunch of stuff. And then by the time we get to the point that we would be able to do a bunch of stuff, we get too sleepy. And then if we wake up in the middle of the night. We've been kind of ping-ponging that cycle. The good news, though, is we are gaining a lot of foraging skill. We'll get there. Maybe there's a happy... I'll have to catch it. Maybe there's a happy face pill in there, a fancy keyring. It might make your character less sad. Unironically, you like those happy pills? I mean, the reality is you don't do that. If you want to make your character happy, literally all you do is you get a bowl. Wifey.
I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well and remain sweet.
I can't remain when I'm not.
No.
Love.
But you are sweet.
Agree to disagree. More bugs. And how are we doing on our stats? We're getting pretty close to getting our first point in strength. And that's home. That's the home rock. That's our oven. Okay. So let's drop you here. Take you over here by the fire. So we got what we need to make a fire. Destroy fuel. Do all this. Drop you on the ground. Bandage our feet. All right, and go right down here. I'm going to eat real quick. Then we're going to go to sleep, and hopefully we'll wake up mid-afternoon. And I'm going to go up here, I'm going to see about crafting a bunch of stuff. I don't want to push my luck with exhausted and ridiculously tired any more than I need to. But with this, if we can manage to start fishing or something like that, I now have a way of cooking it. So that'll be good. And whatnot. We don't want to touch the berries. We know we have at least a few poisonous berries in there. I'm going to need to find some more sticks. So I can craft a bench and all that. All right. So let's go ahead and sleep on the ground again. Don't screw me, game. Oh, you suck, game. Alright, so it looks like it's drawing the zombies south and west. Which is about the worst direction we can have for where we're at. Fall over, fall over, fall over. So we're hoping here It's there's just not many zombies in the area. And for those that don't know, Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of RimWorld and similar games. So definitely good times over there. Highly recommend checking them out. Okay. So we're going full exertion immediately. Okay, so it looks like we didn't get that many. So that's some good news. But absolutely fantastic. Plays RimWorld, plays a couple other games, has popped around a little bit, but probably RimWorld's the one that you see the most over there. But definitely good times, as I said. Let's go ahead and eat a berry. That'll make us sick. It's fine. Sometimes in life, you just need to be a little nauseous. And I want to get back moving up there soon. And the reason I want to do that is we're running out of daylight. And I want to at least get some crafting done. And we're drowsy again because we spent too long exerted. That's because the sleeping situation we're in is hot garbo. Just straight up hot garbo dumpster fire. And so we're just trying to make the most of it. Okay. So I got that. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So nothing we care about here, but why can't I make the... Oh, I need a stick. That's right. That was the reason I couldn't deal with that. I just need a regular old stick. I know I've got the one down below, but I'm going to use it as a material. That's a bunch of twigs. And before, a lot of people were like, you should set your focus to wood. I'm aware I can do that. But I also do want a lot of things that are not a stick as well. And there are more not stick things that I want than stick things that I want. I just kind of want to stick right away. And then plus, we can just go right on there, and I got myself a stick. So bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I've got to use the restroom in a big way. And I'm going to need to get myself a new drink and everything. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right, and we are back. Right. So what is this game? How do I play? Let's see here. Right, we just got our tree branch. That's right. We got our tree branch. I need to take that back over here so that we can craft with it. We're sadly getting tired again, but we are now beginning the process of actually getting a place we can sleep. How's it going? Have you had your heli yet? No, I have not. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun with your vintage story. I really liked the setup of your farm. I was lurking there earlier. I was like trying to figure out what your walls are made of because I like the aesthetic for the house and all that. You got a really cool build going on there. Um, but yeah, no, I was enjoying the farm and all that you had going because it looks better than the cursed ones I make. Yeah, no, it took me a while to catch this Waddle and Daub because Italic's was doing what he needed to do, like with the smithy and all that kind of stuff, and then kept turning by and I'm like trying to read it as you'd turn and you'd look down and I'd see like the bottom of the wall, and then you'd turn and be like, where is it? I eventually did catch that it was the Waddle and Daub. I haven't made the Waddle and Daubs yet. Let's see. You got a full rebuild of the farm planned to get some non-dirt materials in there. Yeah, no, that's fair. But it was like the tier system you had there. Because normally what I do is low key. I find a lake and I fill it in. I quite often will fill in the lake and I'll have like just a little pinholes and all that. Yeah, the Waddle and Daub is pretty cool, but hard to make just for aesthetic. Be cool if there was a comfort stat or something. Yeah, it's kind of like you can make the plaster, and the plaster's pretty sick looking, but it's a lot of work as well. But yeah, for those who don't know Italic's, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we've been playing on the channel and all that stuff. I've been doing Vintage Story recently, like some pretty sweaty stuff going on in there. Really good time, but has a pretty slick setup. I did not catch how far. Well, you had a copper anvil, so you've got to be early game so far as blacksmithy goes. Because of the limitations that copper anvil can only do up to bronze. But like has like a really slick setup. So definitely is like prioritize, getting the farm online, getting the house built, all that kind of stuff. Because also like on the settings that Italic's got going and all that, um, trying their best not to get killed and whatnot. Because I think you've got it where you spawn like 5,000 tiles away, which is a real big heckin' hike. Um, let's see, we just made your first bronze pick today. Almost skipped to iron if not for the anvil. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's I have found usually like iron I found to be one of the easiest to locate materials, whereas copper can be very hit and miss. Weirdly, the last run I did, like I was having problems getting copper, but tin I was finding for days. It was a really bizarre run that like the things that I normally struggle to get a hold of, I was just finding left and right. And then like some pretty non-difficult materials were giving me grief. Found materials for ore bombs even before you had copper. Neat. Yeah, because there's definitely gonna be ways to skip. So yeah, again, check out Alex, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend checking them out. For everyone who's not met me before, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for this game we're playing right now, Project Zomboid. And I am paused because I'm about to get into some crafting, and it's sweaty, and I can't see very well, and we'll see how all that goes. But we're doing a bit of a challenge now that I'm experimenting with. That's going to take a little bit of figuring out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, that's actually Rizzle. I actually found that last run I did just a little bit after finding the iron. I found like a giant area of salt, like with the I forget what it's called, like the salt that's on the walls and all that, like just tons of it. There was a stupid bell down there which was awful, but I did find it and we did get it. But like weirdly it was copper that was the big hurdle for the run. It was just well, it was copper, and what was the other one? Not bauxite we found. um it wasn't the green one. There was some material for making steel that I had to go like literally over 1,000 tiles away to locate any of it. It's the one that you mistake for quartz all the time. Borax. That, like, I was just getting zero luck with borax because almost all the biomes I were in didn't even have the mineral that it could spawn in. So, like, I had this giant area of the map revealed. I had, like, 2 pins with, like, minuscule amount, and then, like, I went multiple continents away because there's a water world, and I had, like, one island that had, like, poor amount, and I happened to find one piece of borax on the surface, and then that, revealed that there's a vein below. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But we're doing a little bit of a different thing. This is kind of a proof of concept challenge, so we're tweaking the rules as we go a little bit. But we're doing a wilderness run, so I'm not allowed to loot anything from, like, buildings or whatever. The only exceptions are I'm allowed to get the watch, because people ask me how long we've been alive for, and I can't answer that question without the watch. So I'm allowed to loot that, because you can't make them. And I'm allowed to loot the clothes off of zombies for the express purposes of bandaging injuries. And that's just because otherwise, the first time I snag myself in a tree, which is an RNG thing, the run's over. So that's it. So that's the reason I actually have all my bandages or all my rags over here away from my crafting area, so they're not in range that I accidentally craft with them. But the idea is we have to craft and live in the wilderness for everything. On top of that, we are outside of the actual map. There is a weird thing with Project Zomboid where they have the map that you can actually look at. You can go outside of that by, like, multiple times, and it kind of randomly generates that. Yeah, no, I've heard a few people say Naked and Afraid. I'm unfamiliar with that challenge. Like, to be fair, with a lot of the Project Zomboid stuff, like the 16 times pop, the sprinter, all sprinter runs, and those, we have a number of these thematic challenges that people don't learn from each other, but they're kind of obvious challenges. Like, surviving in the wilderness or whatever, that people independently come up with effectively the same thing. That said, I got this from Milk Toast Claire, was messing with this first, and I've done the wilderness thing where you just survive out in the wilderness, but not outside of bounds of the map, where it kind of randomly generates the map out there. That's kind of the big difference from what I did before, and it's been interesting. And I've been having a rough go of it because I haven't done it in Build 42, so working around the crafting has been difficult. And you'll probably notice that we're perpetually having feet injuries and bandaging them up because I have no shoes, because I'm not allowed to loot the zombies at all. So I have to slowly work and all that. Yeah, no, I know Naked and Afraid is a TV show, but there's apparently an actual, like, challenge or rule set or someone came up with Project Zomboid I hadn't heard until tonight called Naked and Afraid that I have no idea about. All right, so the big thing here is we are getting drowsy, but this has been, like, the first opportunity I've had to craft it all. So we want to we want to craft twine real badly. But this has been a long time coming. Because if we get our twine, I can make tools, but more importantly, I can make a bench. And if I make the bench, I can sleep on the bench before we hit ridiculously tired. So it won't be, like, agonizingly waiting till we're on the brink of collapse levels of tired before I'm allowed to sleep. So we're just going to quickly knock out as much of this as we can real fast. Then I'll need to make an axe, and I'll need to get a log, a couple of branches, and then we should be good. And I'm going to be making a lot of twine because I'm going to need a lot of twine. The good news is they buffed it, because it was something like when Build 42 first dropped, it's something like 4 dogbane hemp was 1 twine or some nonsense, and they went the other way where it's like it's a 1-to-1. So you can make a bunch of twine per go. And I'm going to need it for, like, everything. Because if I can get tailoring 1, then I could turn around and use that twine to make shoes. And then our feet stop bleeding, which would be really nice. Alright, so let's drop all of you on the ground. Okay, so let's look at what we need. So for the bench, I need a log, 2 branches, an axe, and that's basically, it's got to be an axe or a saw, it boils down to. So realistically, we're making a crude stone axe. And the tree branches are the only option. And then the log is the only option. So the log's easy. We have a tree branch. I'll need a second one. And we are getting pretty tired. So we're looking for a log and a tree branch. And we've not really cleared this area out too well. So we got to be a little careful. I'm also walking around with no real weapons, because most of the weapons required twine to make. That is a tree branch. Okay, so got a tree branch. That's the second one. So now I need a log. I know for a fact I did drop a log over here somewhere. I'm going to kind of stick up by the... Yeah, there's a log over there, so there's also logs there and there. I'm not seeing any logs over here. Alright, let's start working our way over to the log. We're going to break our poor ankles dragging this around. I'm also looking for food. Cool, more danger berries. But yeah, so in practice what this run works like is there's going to be a pretty unreasonable amount of foraging. Oh, you suck, zombies. Alright, we're gonna try and not pick a fight. There's our log. We're going to equip that into our primary, because otherwise you have way more weight penalty. And thank you, Oxygen02, for the Blue Bezos crown with the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and I really do appreciate it. Well, thank you so much for that, and I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and work our way down here. And I believe that should be... Well, no, I'm going to need one more branch. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 200 biddies kicking off a hype train. I do appreciate that. All that support means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much. Here we got the big, heavy branch that wrecks our knees. We'll be able to carve it later. And we got ourselves an onion, which I will shove in my mouth immediately. Okay, so drop the log, drop the branch, drop the skull. Okay, drop all that stuff. As far as the seeds go, for right now, let's just huck these over by the shore. I probably won't do anything with them, but they're available if I want them. Okay, so I'm going to need one more tree branch because I have to make the axe as well. I am finding so many animal skulls. Yes, thank you again for all that support. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, we got... Oh, that's not marigolds. That's, the other one. Either way, I can eat it. And that's what matters. And thank you, Rizzle101, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and it really means a lot. So I do really appreciate it, and thank you. Alright, so let's get in here. So the catch is, I want to be foraging, because we're in deep woods, so we have a good chance of finding sticks. At the same time, you can have a graphic you can notice on the ground for a stick you can pick up. And it really is 50-50 on which is more likely to happen first. The branches are always an animation where it's like a graphic that's, you know, kind of goes this way. There's some twigs down there. So I want to take a little bit of a chance. I could make the axe and use it on a bush if I could find one and potentially get a stick from a bush. If I go to cut down a tree, there is a chance we simply break the axe trying to cut down the tree and walk away empty-handed. Yeah, because you're only tired. We got a bunch of flint when we, later on when we have the pickaxe or something like that, we'll have plenty of flint to work with. Early game flint's going to be awful. And thank you, Senja Cookie, for the tier 3 sub, going above and beyond for 48 months. It's 40 years you've been subbed to the channel. So thank you so much for not only going above and beyond on the sub, going for the tier 3, but also on top of that, you know, having sub for so long. So we got sticks, we got a log. Or not sticks, we got twigs. A stick would be fine. A stick is what we're after. Starting to get too dark. Could be too dark for me to even craft. It's getting really dangerous being out this far. Because we haven't cleared any of this and I don't have weapons, so we run into a group of 3 or 4 zombies. It'll be a real bad time. Can't see anything. Like, there's twigs here, twigs there. Big rock. This is not the safe way of doing this. Come on. Well, it's basil. Hey, Randall Thor, thank you for the 100 biddies. Really do appreciate it. Alright, yeah, I can't forage like that dark. And I think it's too dark for me to be able to craft anything either. So I'll probably have to do that in the morning. Because like I said, I do have enough materials for the log bench that I want, but I need a tool for it, and I don't have enough materials for the bench and the log, or like, and the axe. Okay. You can eat the basil. Drop the basil seeds over here with the rest of that. Have ourselves a drink. Still a little bit hungry. They're getting a little cold, so we're going to eat a poisonous berry. Let our fever warm us up a little bit. Definitely a safe way of handling being cold. Is to deliberately poison yourself so that you start establishing a fever to survive. These are definitely medically sound things. Don't do that. Yeah, so it's too dark to craft. Well, I guess we I guess we pick a fight with something. I'm not seeing anything that would qualify as a bush. If we see something that qualifies as a bush, I could potentially take the piece of flint and cut down the bush. Alright, so we're considered very tired. So let's go bandage up our foot again. And then let's get away from the zombie corpses enough that we're not at risk of corpse sickness. Ooh, we've moved up to sick? Why did we move up to sick? I should be far enough away from the corpses, it should be a non-issue. We don't have the debuff here. Alright, and thank you for the level 3 hype train at 19% with 3 subs and 300 base. Well, the berry gives you your sickness immediately. So we would already have the sickness. That's what jumped us up to nauseous. I think we managed to stay by the corpses just enough to push it over the fence. We'll move a little farther away from the corpses just to be safe. So we're just waiting that to say ridiculously tired, which should be any time now. I deliberately got ourselves extremely exerted. Okay, so we're back down to nauseous, so we're recovering. Come on. And go back to sleep on the ground for hopefully the last time. Okay, so we're a little uncomfortable. Alright, so now that we can actually see what we're doing, I already know we need to forage for food anyways. So I'll do that. We can also take a stab at another potentially poisonous berry, because it's a different berry than the last type we ate. Yes, we're watching for tree branches in here. Okay, that berry was safe. We have a container of dog food. Yeah, so with this I have a higher chance of spotting stuff foraging. I also could see enough to potentially see a tree branch on the ground as we're walking around. There, we have one right here. Okay, so with that, I can craft the axe and then use that to make the bench. We will not be using the axe as a weapon. And the reason for that is flint is really hard for us to come by right now. So anything made using flint is precious. Okay. Once we get any of the tools to, like the crude pickaxe, that's all flint. But right now, it's flint I can look at but not have. So that's later me considerations. Alright, so if we get hungry enough, we do have a pretty good hefty dog food meal sitting right here. It's fresh. We'll leave it there, and if we get hungry, we'll go eat that. I got no qualms with shoveling a bunch of dog food into our character's mouth. But right now I got some berries that won't last very long and all that, so those are getting priority. Alright, so stop foraging for a minute, so craft. Why do I not have the option of the axe? I need maintenance 1. You suck, game. Alright, so I cannot use this as a weapon. Alright. So let's drop you off. So I need maintenance 1, and then we can stop sleeping on the ground. So we can slowly craft weapons to get maintenance. That's one option. We can stab zombies in their absolute face. That's going to be another option. To do that, I need to find more sticks so I can turn those sticks into steaks and then break them almost immediately because steaks suck. How close are you? I know I'm going to regret looking. Maintenance. Maintenance. I have 7 XP. So we've gone about 10% of the way. To be fair, to do, like, to get that, I need to make hammers and that. If I get more branches, I can start making stone hammers using some of that twine. Okay. We can bandage up those feet since our character's starting to limp. Some more stuff to feed into the fire. Yeah, so stuff like that screwdriver would be a great source of maintenance, but it's against the rules. So yeah, so basically we need to find sticks. Sticks, flint, food, all that. Okay. It'll be so incredibly nice when I have shoes. Now scratch. Yeah, and I'm not doing it every time. I wait until my character starts to limp because they just keep happening so frequently. Like, literally, I put on a thing, walked like 5 feet, and got scratched a second time. I was like, you know what? Screw this. Alright, so we got an uncooked leek. We're going to eat that right now. And then we got an onion. I saw you. Did you not see me? Okay, I saw a zombie behind that tree. I was pretty sure it aggroed. Alright, strength 1. Making her life that much easier. Because that means we hit a little bit harder, we can carry a little bit more. All that good stuff. The muscle fatigue will be a little bit small, like a little bit less. It's a shame I need maintenance 1 to make the axe, because then there could be an argument to make the axe to get some branches to hopefully make more tools, and just try and be sparing about it so we hopefully don't push all that too far. Okay, eat that onion, because we're probably hungry enough for that to be relevant. The log up there, there's probably going to be branches in here too. Hey. Hey. Alright. Back off for a minute. Go ahead and replace that bandage. It's been a minute. Been like a minute or so. Alright, maintenance 1's gonna be real rough. Because all these attacks we're doing right now doesn't give me maintenance. I've got to get either stone hammer, stuff like that, and there's that drowsy again. Alright. Hero trees are out to get you? Absolutely. It's Project Zomboid. This is where the meme about the trees being, being out there to get you comes from. The zombies pop through the tree and you get no chance to react to it. It's just over. You are sure taking a long time to recover from that muscle strain. Come on. I didn't send it that hard. The lower torso's because of the sit-ups, that's fine. But the rest of this, we can go ahead and get a sip of water real quick. And we're definitely going to need to start getting some kind of clothing happening soon. Or the cold's gonna be a major problem. Like, we certainly could get enough fuel to just run a fire and stand by it kind of thing. I'd rather not get into that situation, because that means I'm going to have to, like, chop down or forge logs and feed them into the fire again and again, and that could get pretty tedious. Why is your muscle strain so ridiculous right now? All these are being like 1 hunger, so I'll just keep eating. Unless we find one that's like 4 or 5 hunger. Oh, no, that one's 4. We'll wait. Because I was gonna say, if it's just none of them are 4 or 5 hunger, the 1s and 2s wouldn't be enough to top off the hunger, but 4 and 5 could potentially top it off. Speed that back up. Slowed down when I ate the nettles. I'm guessing because we worked out, and that's that extreme muscle strain from our workout, that it's causing the other muscle strain to not clear up as fast. But if I don't let the other muscle strain go away, it's going to take that much more to deal with a zombie that are just going to fatigue ourselves that much more. And potentially if I'm ending up fighting like 2 or 3 of them, that could be the difference between a win and a loss in a fight. And I really don't want to get bullied away from this area if I can help it. Could you get over it, man? Oh, we're just losing the whole day here. Yep, that's the reasons why I stopped exercising in Build 42 in general. Is broadly speaking, I found exercising and its impact on your muscle strain was just not worth it. Because it's something I only did Build 41 when I had like literally nothing else to do in the evening. I'd be like, alright, fine, let's pop in, we'll do a round of exercises. There's nothing better for me to be doing. Logs. Mushrooms that are too dangerous to eat. Logs. Twigs. Stone. Mushrooms that would probably kill me. There's a big opening over here. More twigs. More twigs. Okay, so that opens out the other side, and then there's just a bunch of space back here. That's actually relatively good news. Ah, there's a branch right down there. Then there's another one right here. Yeah, because as we run around in here and we start revealing all this, it'll make it easier to spot the random branches and all that. Dude, what did you see foraging that I missed? Oh, violets. Yeah, let's grab those. We can eat those. Okay, so we can make a weapon with this. I believe we can make a hammer with less than 1 maintenance. If not, this whole thing gets to be way more complicated. If not, it means I'm making stakes, and seriously, I hit something 2 or 3 times and the stake breaks. Which is going to mean getting zero meaningful progress on our maintenance skill. The only good news there is over time, eventually we hit maintenance 1, and then we fix our sleep. Okay, so drop you 2 there. Drop the clean rags here. Put dirty rag in that foot. Before it gets too dark, let's get rid of this. Craft. Okay, so we can make tongs. We can carve the stake. Now, my fear is that is going to slowly wear out that flint, but I think that's what our options are. What are you? A pile of stones to mark a location. That's fair. All right, so I think the reality is, how many sticks do I have sitting here? I have 5, and I need 3 for the bench because I need 1 for the axe, and then 2 for the bench itself. You're so used to real-time multiplayer that you're not fast-forwarding. Yeah. It's rough to go back to not having fast-forward as a thing. Okay, so we can equip you. And we can go to the fire, destroy the twigs for fuel. Why can't you make the hammer? I believe you need maintenance 1. We could double check that. It'd be brewed. No, actually. Make stone hammer, maintenance 1. So all that's locked behind maintenance 1. Realistically, I'm probably foraging until I find like a medium handle and I can put that ball peen hammerhead we found and put that to use, or like we find ourselves, like we forage and we find like a screwdriver or, you know, nightstick or crowbar or claw hammer or something. It's going to be a catch because we're definitely not going to want to use a decent tool as a weapon. We're definitely going to want to use it as a tool to begin with. Alright. So now let's wander over here. And we're still on the lookout for tree branches, food. Like, that's still... The reason I'm not switching this to wood is there's a bunch of things I need. So I don't want to set it to be, like, just wood, because there's, you know, food's a thing I need. We're hoping to find stuff like trash, because that'd be the magazines and all that kind of stuff. We still are going to want flint. Flint is a huge one. If I find more flint, then that clears up a lot of concerns. So you're tired already. Where did you go? There you are. Nope. There's one zombie up here. And the first of the two sticks is already broken. I hear you, 1 second. There we go. Okay, and we're very tired already. Start working our way back. Take a slightly different route so we can hopefully find tree branches, food, and all that. Yeah, so this rest is really the worst. Like, the constant feet injury and the fact that I can't get something to sleep on very easily is both pretty awful. And to solve it, I just need lots and lots of tree branches, is what it boils down to. If I just give myself lots and lots of tree branches, I can make a bunch of weapons, and I can use those weapons to hit zombies, get my maintenance, and then once we've got the maintenance, then I can put that stuff to other use. And you're very tired, so you're going to get ridiculously tired soon. So drop those rags there. Bandage up her feet again. Meanwhile, I'll have you wander around in the woods for a minute. Let's just have you remove random stones. You could potentially do stuff with that. Oh, no plan to be using the limestone. We'll grab that too. Okay. We can find the tree branches, then we can, was that a tree branch? Nope. Because we keep finding them, we can keep crafting stuff with them. We'll be able to, like, eventually use the big flat rocks to make shelves. Those kind of things. We just don't have what we need for any of that. So drop the stones there. Drop the limestone there. Drop the fawn skull there. You can pop down here. Destroy the fuel. Now we could eat another berry. Drop marigold seeds there. Okay, so you still have very tired. So we're going to keep wandering around till very tired becomes ridiculously tired because we can't sleep till then. More mushrooms. Because it's also continuing to give us more and more and more foraging XP, and the higher that gets, the more often we'll find things and the better things we can find. There's going to be a whole lot of this at the beginning of this. But if we get really lucky, we'll snag something like just like straight up a fishing pole or one of the magazines. Like the survival magazine would be kind of the dream, because that potentially, I believe, give me the fishing pole and the herbalist stuff. The trapping magazine wouldn't be terrible as well. Like, granted, that wouldn't help with my stick shortage. Got logs here. Large stones. Some mushrooms. Big ol' thunkin' branch. Surprised that doesn't cause me issues. It's because our inventory is so empty right now. I'm just waiting to run into a zombie and have to do a quick dodge here. And I will do that in a minute. It is way too dangerous for me to take either of my hands off the keyboard while ducking around in the trees. But once I get over here to where we can drop off stuff by like where our crafting spot is, I'll go for it. Grape leaves, so that's some food. More random loose stones. I'm also trying to deliberately cut between the trees, just because I'm more likely to cover areas I haven't already checked. Because if I'm deliberately trying to maneuver in the way that's the safest, I'm likely to kind of double and triple back over the same routes again and again. There's a lot of flint up here if we can get something to break it. Like, we get lucky and we forage a pickaxe or a club hammer, I'm gonna have more flint than I'm gonna be able to use for a while. Alright, so we got another branch. And a large branch. And you get another branch down here. And more danger berries. Okay, so we're super overburdened. We're going to run down here. We're going to drop those large branches. They work okay as weapons. They're very, very draining. You basically get 1-2 hits, and then you're done, energy-wise. But they have just shy of a guarantee knockover. So they can actually work okay for small numbers of zombies. But it's definitely one of those ones that you overcommit in 1 or 2 zombies, and if you aggro anything else, you just don't have any energy left in you. Okay, so there's a large branch. There's a large branch. There's those 2 branches. Oh, we still got the steak. Let's go to crafting. I will need to make 2 more steaks. Yeah, so the carving the steak does not give me maintenance. but the using it as a weapon does, which is not unexpected. Okay, so we're ridiculously tired and at high exertion. And go down here, gonna eat a little snack, have a sip of water. Gonna go ahead and wash my character off just because I can. Have you ever seen a character that dirty? Oh no, that happens all the time. Let's finish off the marigolds. They're worth like no hunger. Okay, so we're probably waking up while it's still dark, unfortunately. I don't think it's worth trying to deliberately delay. Come on, like 5. Okay. It should be bright enough to see outside. That's the important part. Alright, so we got those. I do not see any obvious zombies. So let's pop over here. We do have a couple of steaks. We're going to put those to use. We're going to keep looking for more sticks and whatever else we can find. Unfortunately, being a foggy day, it's still, even though we've got sleep and we're getting our foraging skill up, we're still at the minimum size because the penalty from the fog. But that's fine. More dodgy berries. Okay, so I got a pair of zombies over here. Okay, so we're at 9.75 maintenance. Let's see how we do, because it's looking like I'm only getting like a couple of points of maintenance per steak because they break almost immediately. So that maintenance steak got me 0.7 maintenance. It got me... This is going to take a while. One good news is, as we level up our carving, these will get a little bit better. And on top of that, as we level up our carving, we'll be able to make more things that aren't quite as garbage. If we get lucky and we find more flint and all that, that gives us even more options. Or we could just get lucky and forage something up. That's kind of the dream, is just straight up forage. Oh my god, please survive at least one hit. Well, I mean, sticks are just a garbage weapon in Product Zomboid. There's not a whole lot you need to fill in, like, who's it for or whatever. It's just they got crap durability. But the problem is, if I don't at least make them into a steak, they don't give me maintenance to use them as a weapon otherwise. Let's go ahead and bandage those up. Go ahead and slam a berry. Because if it's poisonous, it warms us up. If it's not poisonous, it gets us filled. So it's a win-win in my book. Okay, let's back off just a little bit. Sit down for a minute to recover our endurance. Okay. Now how many days are we at? We're at 5 days. So tomorrow, I believe, is the first... Well, actually, no. No, we might actually be able to have a helicopter today. Because I forgot, we're going into like 6 days at the beginning of this day. It's more likely to be tomorrow in game, but today is in the range. Oh, hey, Thistle. Give him a pocket. Okay. Eat another berry I can't trust. We grab that stick just as a thing to hit stuff with, because unfortunately I can't carve the broken stick. But it's still at least a weapon to get some short blunt skill. Alright. Be real interesting how nasty this helicopter is going to potentially be. Alright. Let's see. You think maybe it's Alice in Adventures who said that you have a better chance of doing critical damage to a downed zombie? So that's better. Would it be better to push them down than hit them with the stake? Or does critical effect... Yeah, no, so unless it's changed, the way you get maintenance skill has to do with the maintenance rolls. So it has nothing to do with the damage or whether you crit. It's purely when you hit, did it or did it not do damage to your weapon? Like how the dice roll went. So, like, it's literally just a number of how many hits did you put in, not what damage they said. Now, it said the critical hit, the damage side of that does matter for, I believe, your weapon skill. Your weapon skill levels up based on damage. And strength is just, again, it's like a static. Every single time you hit a zombie, you get N amount of strength. It does have a variability to it based on how much protein you've eaten. So it'll be like 0.8 to like 1.6 or 1.8 or something like that is the range. Generally speaking, it's not worth, fussing too much over. You just fight zombies. Every hit's going to give you a bit of XP for fitness, strength. If you're using a weapon that's allowed maintenance. And then whatever respective weapon is... Ooh, hey. Give me them sticks. You start a new TCG run to get the newer achievements. The staff levels up now to get a bit faster. The staff now level up to get faster. That's cool. I haven't played that since it pretty early on dropped. Okay, so we're getting overloaded with all junk we're grabbing. Oh yeah, give me more sticks. That's what we need. So that'll be four weapons we can make. So I can walk it back. So if we're lucky and we win enough of the dice rolls on the maintenance on these stakes and all that, we would be able to more quickly level. A worst case, one of our things we need is carving 4. So only a couple things I can carve right now. Wait, where did you see it? Oh, we got chives. Okay. Let's see, it's still about 0.6 on early access, but there are new things you can make the shop bigger and prettier. Yeah. I mean, one would hope. It's one of those things I'm curious about how they're doing now, because like they had their release that people got super excited about it, but since they've released it, have been kind of a dime a dozen clones and all that, and most of them are pretty rubbish. You know, they're more hoping you just get confused between their product and... Are you... This is bad. This is real bad. Drop this right now. Drop it right now. So, we are at high exertion, and we are drowsy. So this is terrible. We're just going to try and rest as much as we can before things go sideways, with the hope that we can get ourselves from at least from high exertion to just regular exertion. I should try to grab 2 of the cloths before we get out there. And if we do die here, since I don't have enough time for stream to justify like another run, we'll just hop into our 16 popper. Well, I don't need to keep wrapping it, but I should grab a couple. That way once we start getting to the point of limping properly where it's affecting our speed, we can quickly patch up. Now, the good news is we did kill a lot of zombies nearby. So now it's a question if it's just 1 pass, it'll probably be a big old nothing burger. If it's 2 passes, not great. More than 2 passes, and like I said, with this exertion and this drowsy already here, that could be disaster. So we're just gonna chill here, let the helicopter do its thing. One good news is we don't have to worry about zombies from anywhere to the south. And I didn't see a lot of zombies to the north or the west. The east is where we've been killing the zombies. And even then, we still haven't seen that many. This is a very low density part of the map, but it is a thing that if we check the map real fast, this first helicopter might not be that bad, but that's Louisville. Louisville is definitely in helicopter range. Now, most likely, the zombies from Louisville won't reach us on this helicopter or the next helicopter. Once we start getting to 3 and 4 helicopters, that's when that slow pulling of the zombies, you know, cell by cell over to us, just from the helicopter coming and going, will likely start to bleed Louisville population into our area. And hopefully it's not too much too fast, because we are on 16... Oh, wait, never mind, I'm lying to you. All those things I just said, ignore those, because Louisville's on that side of the river and I'm on this side of the river. So the zombies will stand on that side of the river and look menacingly at us, and long for a bridge. Now granted, had we been on the other side of the river, eventually this would be a problem. So the first pass has been an utter snooze. This is one nice thing about the fact that we've killed so many zombies in this area. Okay, we've got our first zombie. I think they're going far enough north of me that as long as I don't go over there, there's a good chance it's just going to utterly... maybe not. It's going to bump into that and then turn towards me. Or maybe not. It's right in that fence. Yeah, there it goes. It just aggroed. Alright, we're still going to sit for a little bit longer. We're gonna make the most of it. Yeah, no, normally you wouldn't be able to get over here. You could build a bridge, and people used to do that in Build 41 and all that. Because it was kind of a no man's land where there's nothing out here, really, historically. Please die now. I cannot afford to be doing this. I have goofed. We have just plain goofed. Because that put us back to high exertion, and now we've got aggro. I didn't get a chance to grab him. This is our life. Yep, so we are at tired and high exertion. So we are on a net loss, exertion-wise, as we walk around. And that's because I took the time to try and kill that zombie. I'm not super worried about these two that much. They will eventually go to a point of us limping and then, you know, things escalating from there. But the being tired and high exerted is real bad news. No point looking at any of those things. That's bad news. We've already got the minor limp that will escalate as the infection starts to be a problem. The regular infection. So I'm hoping while we've got more speed to ditch those zombies in the trees. The danger being is I don't know what's going on this side. But I'm kind of hoping to be able to pop over here real quickly. We got a couple zombies up here. A couple zombies moving over there. Okay. There's a zombie on the other side of that tree. Didn't notice me. Trying to get a sneaky rest in here. Come on, give me a couple more seconds. Let me get off high exertion. You suck, zombie. Let me guess, they're infected now? Nope. We are just moving slower. And thank you for the follow. Oh, good. Meta event. Oh, it's just we're getting tireder and high exertion and all these things. Can we have the betting pool? This is the end? Nah, I don't want to take the time to put up the prediction and then wait for all that. If we knew the helicopter was coming earlier, I used to actually have it be a thing on the channel that people could bet to see if each helicopter would die. We ultimately ended up getting rid of it because I almost never died to helicopters anymore. Obviously, this is a weird challenge that has kind of thrown the whole thing off balance. But yeah, no, I used to have that setup where I could basically just kind of hit a button and get that going in a matter of no time. But that hasn't been set up in, man, it's been years. Because even before I stopped playing Product Zomboid regularly, it was just one of those things, you know, I'd gotten good enough at the game that, you know, I would have a character who would live literally like 4, 5, 6, 7 in real life months. So having the betting pool, like, people would just not take the bet. Alright, so we're very tired. And our high exertion. So this is gonna go exhausted soon, and when that happens, the chances we get away get real slim. You gotta play real sweaty to maybe have a shot. So we're gonna try and make our break through the woods here. And see if we can't ditch them on the trees. And we're either gonna succeed, or the run's probably gonna be coming to an end. Trying to watch the trees to shake behind me. Okay, so we're about 20-30 steps behind me. Oh, you suck, helicopter. Alright. I'm pretty sure they reach... Yeah, they're now faster than me. We hit very tired, and now they outrun me. So that was where I was like, it was do or die. Well, I'm just gonna enjoy my violets. You can't take this from me. So there is a very small chance we can make this work. This needs to not get too exhausted while I have the zombies on me, and we're probably right on that fence. And this needs to not hit ridiculously tired. Both of those are very likely to happen, honestly, just about any time now. If we play as sweaty and try hard as we can, we might be able to catch the zombies on the rocks and this kind of stuff, and get just enough breathing room to break line of sight long enough for the helicopter or other things making sounds like a med event to draw them off. It is a real crapshoot. Oh, my foot just got infected. So that ship is sailing real fast. Any second now, they're going to be fast enough to catch me. And before someone's like, why aren't you sprinting? High exertion, can't. Yes, this is the slow death. There it goes. Moment I had to change direction. Yep. Okay. So let's quit the main menu because obviously we're dead. But yeah, that's the slow way you die, is where it's just a matter of there's just kind of nothing you can do at that stage. No, when the helicopter showed up, we even made the comment that's unlikely, but we were in the range the helicopter could happen. But we just got unlucky that the helicopter showed up while I was at fairly high exertion and drowsy. So ultimately, the things I kind of figured with that run is... Well, Product Zomboid needs to figure out what the heck... There it goes. It just really didn't want to let go of that save. So let's get these objectives off of here. Because we don't have enough time for another thing. You're so glad you got to see the helicopter. That was awful. Thank you for your sacrifice. Yeah, no, that's very much like, it was just... That's kind of your worst case scenario with a helicopter, is when your character's already spent. I do think it was the correct call for me to just try and rest in the hopes of getting to the point. The mistake I made, the place where I went wrong, because all the way leading up to that was fine, the place I went wrong is when that zombie aggroed me and I tried to kill it real fast. I should have recognized that we were already drowsy and out of breath. I should have stopped there and just started walking. Because if I had started walking at that point, we would be net positive on endurance very, very slowly. So I could have massively extended how long I could have, kited the zombies around and all that. But the moment I went for it and we went to high exertion, I had basically doomed myself at that point. If the zombies leave you alone when you sleep, would it have been a good strat to start exercising as soon as you're... Oh no, I think that's your high stakes. Because we didn't know I was going to get to sit that long. And I probably still wouldn't have had enough time to push to ridiculously tired, because we were only drowsy at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken. Versus I would have had to get from drowsy to tired to very tired to ridiculously tired. So realistically, because it also takes a full in-game hour to like max out your exertion, I don't think there was enough time to push for ridiculously tired. But yeah, so again, check out Milktoast Claire. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Kind of where I got the inspiration to do this today. What we're going to do now is I am going to just run into my existing run. And the reason I'm going to do that is I've got about an hour-ish left on my stream, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be worth the time to, you know, start the run, do the debug, you know, like teleport myself to the edge, do the like go through that whole rigmarole, take like 5-10 minutes to do that, to then start the run and only have like half hour or so. And I might go a little long, but instead we're just going to jump into our existing 16 times pop run that we've been working on. It's not super far. We're like maybe pushing late early game, probably not mid game. Because this is the kind of stuff I normally do. Oh, right, I actually ran back here. Yes, let me kind of remind myself where we were, because it's been like a week. Right. Yeah, so the idea behind this run is it's 16 times pop shenanigans going on. We spawned in Muldrow and we just went for a hike. But, just to give myself direction in this game, the goal here is we're going to be looking for the survivor zombies, get the annotated maps, and we're going to treasure hunt to go and, like, immediately beeline after those annotated maps. Now, the reality is that a good strategy? No. No, it's a terrible strategy. It is a freaking appallingly bad strategy. It is an awful strategy. And we're going to do it anyways. Because it's going to tell us to go into the middle of a major city, and we're just going to do that. Hey, Nethercloud, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. And welcome to the stream, and everyone. So check out Nethercloud. Plays a bunch of different games. Can we get a shout out for Nethercloud, by the way? Ooh, getting some chop in here. I might have to reboot Project Zomboid. So it is the 25th. When was the last helicopter? Also playing Project Zomboid. Yeah, no, we definitely have not died at all, and we've definitely been playing this the entire time. And certainly none of what I just told you was an absolute lie. So we had the second helicopter. Okay, so the third helicopter showed up on the 13th. Okay. So we're just we're right in the window where the helicopter is going to happen. We didn't have the helicopter today, did we? I'm suddenly deeply concerned we might be in a helicopter day. Because like I said, it's been like a week since I played the save or so, and I do not remember what's going on. But yeah, so what we're working on right now is in this save, I thought I was in a very different part of the map. I've been trying to get to Lake Fallis because it's got some early goodies and all that for me. I need to be foraging. And I thought I was in that general area. I was actually quite a bit farther southwest than I realized, so I'm actually really close to the military surplus shop. And so, where I had been pushing for what I thought was Lake Fallis, I realized I was vaguely pushing in the direction of the surplus shop. And so, the new plan now is just be like, to hell with it, let's just push the surplus shop. And, you know, get our military backpacks, or tents, or whatever. This run also did start as 0 to hero with no stats and all that, and whatnot. It does not have, like, no loot or anything that. It's not rat race settings, or anything quite like that. Do I have a one-handed weapon I could swap in here? I mean, we got the club hammers. The meat cleaver would work. Oh, we got a nightstick. Yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll put the nightstick in our left hand. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now I've got a weapon out. If you recall correctly, I think you were pushed out of the other house. So you cleared back to the house? Yeah. We're close enough that we're getting bullied around. Because we are playing in 16 times pop, and we are nearby... Okay, thank you. High pop areas. I'm just waiting to see if this was a helicopter day, because I don't remember. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Got some tomatoes. And I do not care about the seeds, because farming is a meme. What population? 16 times pop. We've been working in this area a little while, though, so it's not going to look quite as bad. We do have our electrical... Sorry, wait. We don't have electrical 3. We actually got the generator magazine. I don't remember what my stats are up to, though. Okay, so we're at maintenance 5. We're about to be short blunt 5. And our strength and our fitness are 5 strength, 3 fitness, like 3.5. So this run's a bit established. What happened with farming? They gave it realistic times. So, you know, you want to grow something, you best be ready to survive like 5-6 months for some of the or 3 to 6 months for some of the faster crops. And so it doesn't really matter what pops out the other side. It's just so much effort for what you get out of it. And even if they gave you like 1,000 cabbage for doing one tile, it would rot before you got to it, so it wouldn't matter. They just need to tune it down. Like, they just need to be understanding that players don't live that long, the most of them. Like, I'm down for some crops to have a long grow time, but we have crops that take literally over a year to grow in game. I think, was it garlic that was the one that was ridiculously long? And that's that changed with build 42 when it got introduced, that they changed that. Alright, so let's get the bat out. Put the nightstick back away. Put the radio away. I was pretty sure I wouldn't have left it with a helicopter coming. But just had to be sure. It wouldn't be the first time that I left the save in a bad state because of something going on. Yeah, no, they like to do the realism. I'm of the same mindset. Like, literally, the channel has an anti-realism tag, and I do that as kind of a meme. I have no problem with a game being realistic if it makes the game fun. But realism for realism's sakes, to me, like, kind of the enemy of making a good game. That quite often, making a game more realistic comes at the direct expense of gameplay and balance. Which is interesting, because a lot of places they deviate from realism a lot, like, you know, the fact that your metal bats and crowbars just don't have, you know, the durability just kind of lasts forever. Let's see, if you were at normal settings but your goal was to max level all stats, what's your time frame to get there? Could you do it in real life month 3? Oh, all skills to max stats? Ignoring that if you found like cheesy stats, so like ignoring any like cheese BS, you're just like making levels appear kind of thing. Ignoring that kind of thing and like playing fairly, you're probably looking closer to a year. Maybe not quite that long. Because to give you an example, I have a save that's probably like 4 or 5 months worth of playtime into it. That it was 1 combat skill shy of maxed out on all the combat skills. I still think I had a whole level of fitness to go and a little bit. I think strength was 10 or right about to hit 10. But there are some of those skills like nimble and all that just take time. It just takes time. Oh, let me get rid of that title. That title's no longer right. We were doing that, but we just died a minute ago. So let me go ahead and get rid of the wilderness thing, and 16 times pop, no respawn, 0 to hero, multiple copters, etc. Sweaty, try hard stuff. There you go. Because that's what we were doing, but we just died on that run a minute ago. So rather than start another run, like, right when I'm going to be... Like, not right when I'm wrapping stream, but you get the idea. I didn't have enough time to really make it worth me committing a whole starter run. We would just get things going in time to, like, wrap up. So instead, we just hopped onto the 16 times pop run. I like the idea of that run. I'm going to have to do some, like, some tinkering on some of my rules and settings and all that. I do feel like there's a good challenge there. Oh, we just... Okay, it was the whole tomato. That's fair. Like, it definitely feels like there is solidly something there. Because looking at how things went with it, one option is I could do not 0 to hero. Because we got rid of 0 to hero, then I could give myself a couple of skills to be able to, I could be able to, you know, get a couple of skill points real quick to, like, just be able to, you know, do the carving or, you know, be able to make, you know, basically give myself maintenance 1 is what it boils down to. Give myself maintenance 1, then I'd be able to make axes and hammers and all that stuff, and it'd get things ramped up real quick. It's also possible you could just straight up give yourself sewing and get the clothes going a bit faster. I probably still would have struggled with that with my current stats if I just got sewing. Because I'd need to get, I believe, carving, or no, napping up to enough to make an awl, to do it. But you get the idea. I could lower some of the barriers. That'd definitely be one approach. We could boost the foraging drops. You would allow shoes? Well, that's the thing. Part of me feels like getting the shoes feels like a main thing. Well, shoes to boots means nothing. Literally means nothing. If you're depending on the boot's defense to save you, you're just gonna die anyways. Because the odds that the attack lands on your boots is not very high. And sure, they could save you, but, like, if I'm giving myself shoes, it becomes pretty irrelevant what shoes they are. But yeah, no, to me, that's actually, the shoes are one of the main things. I mean, for stomping durability, yeah. Now, basically, like, it's a doable challenge as the way I was doing it, but it's definitely one of those ones of getting those early, that, like, it's getting that maintenance 1. Like, once you get the maintenance 1, you got some stuff to work with. But until you reach maintenance 1, it is going to be just a real big struggle. Yeah, no, exactly. I would argue, honestly, getting the shoes is probably the biggest hurdle in the challenge, because until you do that, you're just constantly cutting up your feet. It'll start to make your character limp once they start getting infected. You can't reliably deal with it until you've got shoes. So to me, it's definitely like the major hurdle. The next one, other than being able to just make weapons and all that, is probably the clothing, so you don't catch a cold. Because that's what happened the first 2 attempts is, you know, as we rested and were getting tired, we just kept catching cold. And then once we started sneezing and coughing, you know, that's tough. Let's see, if it matters in any way, you cannot forage the glass-making magazines, so the artisan is the only way to level up. So the artisan is the only way to level up the skill in the wild. Yep. You just watch the last part of this run. You're going to get more food when you got pushed from the house and you're expecting a heli soon. Yeah, I definitely noticed that we were expecting a heli soon, and that it wasn't today. And that we have been foraging a little bit as we've been moving around. Because we can also put, well, I mean, at this point, the only food I'm going to find if there's the non-perishables, we're far enough into the save. If it's perishable, it's done. Alright, so we're just clearing out the zombies. Nah, screw that thing. Early game, when you're desperate, the big heavy branch can be worthwhile. But that is a desperation weapon. Alright, so we got berries over there. Yeah, got no one that broke away. Put the flint in the bag for later. We've actually got a pretty solid number of weapons on this character right now, but it is a very temporary solution. We got lucky with a couple of tool sheds and got some crowbars and all that. It's definitely not a long-term solution. Yeah, we can potentially get those berries here in a minute. Because we're definitely getting to the point on this run that I'm kind of able to stand here and fight. Not full rally groups without a whole problem. Not quite that good off. But I can grab a pretty good chunk and make it work. We're past that early game where, you know, you fight 2 zombies and you're spent. Alright. Yeah, because we're trying to just push into this like little plaza here. At the far end of the plaza is a military surplus store. The dream would be to find the military backpack, Alicet, yeah, that whole shebang. Realistically, we're probably not going to find that, but we'll probably certainly find like at least a hiking bag. Like it'd be a bit of bad luck if we didn't. If not that, finding a sleeping bag, a tent, that kind of thing, would make being mobile way less of a pain because I wouldn't have to find my way into a house. Alright, so we found 2 danger berries. So we're going to back off here. Set our butt down. We're going to nom on a danger berry. It was a losing berry. Chuck the other one on there because we're not that desperate for food. I ate a lot of poison berries, but I had a run very recently that I actually killed myself with the poison berries. And the other thing is I've noticed the corpse sickness is way more rough these days. I've been forced more than once to kind of, where I was clearing, to kind of drop what I was doing and start clearing in a completely different direction. Just because I was getting too many bodies in the area to do it safely. Let's work on this group. We're not trying to like particularly push the line forward much. Yeah, I don't care about that. We're just trying to knock the numbers down. Okay, so violets we can eat. Bit of a greedy swing, but, you know. Sometimes you get a bit greedy. Alright, let's back off a little. Sit down. Enjoy our single violet. Oh, there we go. The backpack was too full for me to have them all. That's what happened. I'm playing 0 to hero, like, early game mode. Where I'm, like, stopping every second to sit down. Yep, we don't need the capper. That is a lot. Looks like 7. It's not too terrible, but we are still nauseous. I definitely did not fully recoup my endurance. And a level in long blood. Let's do a quick evaluation on the bodies. See if we got anything exciting hanging around here. It's looking like a big old Noperino. So let's get away from the bodies, so we can sit here without our sickness getting up any higher. Because we are getting unpleasantly hot, partially because of we're actually wearing we're not wearing that much. I think we're wearing a tank top and pants, and that's it. Like no socks or anything like that. It's partly because of that nausea. And it's just partly because of like the mild dehydration. We're definitely going to need that extra sip of water before the day is out. Where's my water bottle? There you are. Okay, still no room. Okay. Come on. There you go. Yeah, it's been a couple of days of 80+ degree temperatures. Yeah, no, we're proper like middle summer. So back off again. Because I want to be real careful about that nausea. It's real easy to push that thing into sick and then fever. Anytime we see that, we're on a clock. It's not a super aggressive clock, but we are on the clock. From the guy in green looked like it was a backpack on. I got all excited thinking it was a large bag. Not in the 4 I pulled back in the rally group. Okay, back off. They're just resting for a second here and there. Come on, give me like 2 more. There we go. So what we'll probably do is the next in-game day, we'll slightly change our route to be more along the road. Because with the way migration, distribution, and cells and all that work, that cell up there that has the military surplus place in it, we don't need to just like fight our way in the front door. At 16 times pop, it's more of a war of attrition. That pretty much what we're going to do is slowly chip away at the numbers until eventually we've killed enough zombies in that cell that it really kind of can't backfill the zombies. At which point then we can just knock our way in there and just, you know, do what we want to do. But till that point, if you do kind of like force your way right in through the middle, until you get like pretty endgame stats where you can kind of really just knock the numbers down, you'll just get yourself in trouble because you'll start pushing in, the zombies will close in behind you, you'll push a little too far in a group, and then suddenly you're aggroing more and more. It's not that you can't survive, you certainly can, but it goes from being a very safe, controlled situation to going, wait, you know, I'm high exertion, there's zombies closing in, and especially if you haven't cleared out a huge area, then you end up having it where, like, you start heading back home, realize a rally group fell in between you and home, and now your situation's escalated where you can't really go back to your house. Or, you know, a meta event happens and drags the zombies across, and... I mean, well, the helicopter's definitely, like, its own thing, but that's actually one you can usually manage that threat just by knowing, by keeping track of it coming. Like, obviously it can still get real bad, but you won't be pushing then. Yeah, because if you're pushing on a helicopter day to a high pop area, you're just asking to die. Unless, you know, you're running around with, like, you got yourself a pair of katanas and some good backup weapons, and, you know, you're really endgame, so you're like at 9 fitness, 10 strength, and a pretty solid combat skills. You know, then you can get away with being pretty BS shenanigans. Come on, I want more than one. There you go. Alright. Yeah, so after today, we're not going to be able to cross this field. There'll be too many bodies. So like I said, we'll probably switch over to the road. If that starts to get dicey, we can switch to coming from the other side. Let's ping pong around. After 9 days, the bodies will go away. Alright. Let's get ourselves an R7. Considering a rally group, I think now is 20. It used to be 16. Where we can knock out like 7, 8 in a go and not really push ourselves too hard. There you go. Okay, we drop down to Queasy because we are being careful about staying away from the bodies as we rest. Okay, so knock this rally group out here in a moment. Nah, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. We're too mobile to sit there and do a lot of that stuff. Oh, well, we just got the whole group, so let's just get the whole group. Do you have a nightstick? No, you have something stuck in your leg. Probably like a fork or spoon or something like that. Well, so we definitely made this area a place I cannot rest anymore. Just dumped a bunch of bodies where we were resting. A canoper, an old-fashioned canoper. Honestly, right now, with everything I got, let's just leave that on the body. So we may have cleared up enough space in the direction we've been pulling the zombies to get away from the bodies. Till the next rally group collapses in because it's oversaturated with zombies, but that might buy me enough time. All right. There we go. And in the meantime, we're going to need a little sippy sip of our water. All right, so we got a rally group there. Got one over there. That house seems mostly clear. Got a rally group to the left. Okay, so if things go well, we can potentially push into this house area again. I think that's where we were pushing the last time that we had reached the point that the bodies were getting to be too much over there. I'll take some lemongrass. And unless things have changed, fun fact, the lemongrass does work to mitigate corpse sickness. That behind the scenes corpse sickness and the and food poisoning were kind of one and the same. All right. Oh. Give yourself a little bit of orange. Probably checking to see. Yeah, that house is definitely... I'm gonna leave that flint there. Yeah, that house is definitely one that we were staying at that the corpses got to be too much and had to back off because corpse sickness problems. Yeah, because you look at the bodies around that house, we've been busy. And I think that's what happened is I kept fighting them there and I had to drop back the house because the corpse sickness was just getting to be too much. Because the bodies only last 9 days. So it's those ones like if I fight for 5-6 days, the bodies start to be way too much. And then they switch over to someplace else and fight for 5-6 days. Then by the time I come back, the bodies are kind of disappearing as we go. Okay, let's move away from all these bodies. We're just leaving another place overwhelmed. I need to stay on top of, like, just roll into the bodies. The number of times in Project Zomboid I found stuff like machetes and all that by just going over bodies that I was pretty sure didn't have anything in them. And then you realize there's the one zombie that just approached that angle so you couldn't see its shoulder to see where the machete was sticking out, that kind of thing. It's not been a small number. Yeah, so that's where I ditched a bunch of zombies when we were trying to get an eye on where we were. When I realized I wasn't where I thought I was in the map, and I needed to kind of scout around to get a better view, and then saw the military surplus and knew where I was. Okay. So let's take a quick peek, because we're getting drowsy. And my hope is, if this house is still basically clear inside, we can hop in here and use this as a place to rest. And yeah, as you can see, we've gotten to overwhelming stench the moment we got near the house. Right, because we had like a full-on group of zombies jumped on me. Oh, like they saw me through a window or whatever. And so I popped all the doors open so I wouldn't break all the doors on the way to, like, running me out of the place. I also opened all the windows for the same reason. Like, once they aggroed me, I ran down, opened the window, and then worked my way through everything. Alright. Okay, so we can sit here for a minute. We have too much junk in here. That's another thing to move around. So you weigh 2.1 encumbrance. So we're a little overburdened. Oh, right, I forgot. I don't have 2 crowbars. I have 3 crowbars. That we've been getting these crowbars wandering around doing stuff. And just continuing to get more and more and more of them. Because I've been hoarding them and not using them. So I could drop you over here. We won't worry about that. The rest, that's all fine. And drop you down here. We got ourselves like 2 or 3 fishing hooks at this point. So we'll be good when that comes up. Alright. So that's a big thing. So we're at the stage where the helicopter could cause me grief. Now, normally I wouldn't want to sit in here this long, but we're deliberately not exercising because of its effect on the muscle fatigue and all that. I don't need the fitness and strength to be ground that fast. We'll get it as we get it. We're nowhere near getting our next level of strength. We're a little over halfway with fitness 4, that's fine. Nimble is like right about to hit Nimble 3, which is great. Foraging is doing well. No one cares about this. We actually have read the Generator magazine we found in the trash can, which was lovely. Short Blunt is right about to level up. Short Blade is right about to level up. Maintenance skill is about halfway to leveling up to 6. Long Blunt just did level. We did get a little bit of aiming. I had, I think I got a shot. It was a double barrel shotgun that I found a case of ammo for. And so we blasted that, and I think I took 1 9mm with 1 magazine in and blasted that just to get some aim, just because. Yeah, there was a shed or a closet or something that was a treasure trove of weapons. Yeah, no, I think we got like... Was it a basement that we got like two things? Do crowbars get maintenance XP? It looks like they do again. I did notice when we first did the multiplayer update, it did not list them as giving you it listed that you would not get maintenance XP from it. And it does seem like they did change that. So that's kind of good news. Alright. So bear with me, chat. What we're going to go ahead and do is we are right about to hit when the helicopter can potentially arrive. And so what's going to happen here is we're going to have the helicopter decide, are we doing one more day or am I wrapping up? If we do have a helicopter day, I will play through the day. Because I don't like leaving things on a cliffhanger. If the helicopter's not showing up, then I'm probably going to be wrapping up before we get properly into the day. Because normally I wrap up about this time. So, we'll see how that goes. The big problem I'm going to run into is if the helicopter shows up, where the heck is this going down? Alright, so before we do anything, we could potentially aggro. So, if the helicopter is showing up, we did take the first helicopter way over here, second helicopter there, third helicopter here. We're kind of inching them out this way. I don't have a great place here. I would definitely take this to the right and see what we can do happen. You heard they changed it so the maintenance XP you get depends on the chance of durability loss. So I guess it balances crowbars now. Yeah, I don't know about that. It used to be every time you used a weapon and hit something, it would roll the dice to see, did you damage your weapon or not? And if you won that roll, you didn't damage your weapon. But yeah, I've had a couple people tell me it got changed. I haven't verified it or whatever. It wouldn't be a bad thing if it changed. Like, to normalize it a little bit. Because it used to be you got your crowbar, and you got to the beginning of the game, and you're at, like, 2 maintenance by the time you destroyed it. Unless you got real unlucky with those rolls. Okay, so all we're doing is we're watching for it. If we do have the helicopter, I am going to take a 2-second break to use the restroom. Don't. No helicopter. Okay, so there's no helicopter. So what we're going to end up doing is before we start playing out the next day, I am going to be wrapping up here in a minute. But with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I'm just going to quickly run upstairs so that, you know, when I next jump into the game, I like having certain habits. It's ADHD things that if I position myself in certain ways, I kind of know where I left off, that when I get back, even though I won't remember what the heck was going on, I'll be like, I'm here, the day just started, I probably just checked the radio because of the time. So it's not really remembering what I was doing so much as stacking everything so it's very easy for me to observe where I left off. So with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host ready over the YouTube side, but thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And for everyone over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen because, one, I got to use the restroom. And two, it's that time for me to wrap up for the night.